Okay. First and foremost, can you see me? Can you hear me? Good evening, Roger. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matrix. Right, first of all, let's get some hellos out of the way. Board, hello. Matrix, nice to see you. Rob C, welcome. Peter Bishop, hello again. Alan, Dave, good evening, young man. Joseph Benoit, Princess Angela, Lost Souls Paranormal, Roger, Jack Daw, Surf Roy, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. Jacqueline, hello. Lisa, good evening. WTF, good evening to you. Lisa Stokes, how are you? Hope you're well. Mrs. W, hello, beautiful. Ed Weeks, good evening. Silas, good evening to you. Upstanding member, hello. ANS from Wales, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Graham, good evening. Shited, big up to yourself. Hope everybody is well this evening. Hope everyone is well. Mumaha, how you doing? How you doing? Nathan, hello, my friend. Hello. Well, we usually have more than this on at the moment. I suppose because of last week I didn't do a live stream. People are wondering if I was on this week. That's fine. They'll see us on later and they'll come and join us. Hello, Charlotte. Good evening, Gabby. Hi, Boo. Hello, Crafts. Hello, Ron. Good evening. Brummy, good evening. Pirate mode. Well, I've got this on for a reason. Some of you will know, but I will explain more in just a few moments. Parker, Stuart B, good evening to you both. Scar, how you doing? Roz, good evening. Chalky, hope you're well, mate. I'll tell you what, let's get this out of the way because it's actually itching my head. So, Ayashan, this is actually itching my head. A few weeks ago, I said to you, well, not a few weeks ago, about a fortnight ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, I said that I was having some surgery, cosmetic surgery, that is. Granted, I should have saved it for the face. I realise that now. But yeah, I went and I had some surgery done. I was having my hair done, if you remember. So I didn't want to just come on. I didn't want to come on camera and just be boom. So I wanted to wear this first and then reveal it to you. So I'll show you it now. Not quite a haircut, Graham. Not quite. Right. You ready for the big reveal? There we go. I've got a hairline again. It looks like I've been kicked in the head by a horse. Looks like I've got a horseshoe-shaped kick mark on my head. But I've had my hair. I had some hair removed from the back and put here and on the crown. So yes, I've had some hair replacement surgery, although it's not really replacement. It's just moving it from one place to another. So I'm hoping that it reduces once it grows through a little bit. I'm hoping it reduces the amount of shine I get from the light behind me. So I'm hoping that helps people watching without blinding you all. But yeah, so I've had that done. It's a little bit scabby still. There's a few, but it's doing really well actually. I'm surprised how well it's taken at the moment, and how quick it's healing. I have got the crown done as well, but the crown the crown being the crown is always going to be thinner than the rest of your hair. So I might have to go back another time and have some more hair moved from the back of my head to the crown. But I've got to let it grow a little bit first. However, it will fall out within the next few weeks. All of this will fall out as it goes through the growth cycle, and then it will start growing through again. So I will be seen with my hair running away from my face at some point. Again for a short while, and then it will start growing back again. But yeah, call me vain. You know, I've had enough. I've had enough piss take from Mr. Whittington. I wouldn't expect anything less from Roger. But it's fine. It's fine. It's all good. It's all in jest. It's all banter. They won't do it on the NHS, Vampire Daddy. They do it. So you have to go private to have it done. I'll tell you what, though. You would think that it really hurts. The whole process you'd think really hurts. And I won't go on about this for too long. I'll just explain quickly. But you would think that it would really, really, really hurt. Now, the only part that hurt, apart from paying for it, the only part that hurt was the anesthetic injections. Now, wow, that I almost couldn't go through that. Now, I've got tattoos. I've got a tattoo on my back. I've got a tattoo on the inside of my arms, on my neck. I've got it in places where it would be really tender. To be honest, the tattoos were a lot easier to deal with than the initial anesthetic injections. They don't just put a couple of injections in your scalp. They go fucking mental. It is like, I'm not trying, if anybody's watching this that's been thinking about it, I'm not trying to put you off, because it's literally only for a couple of minutes. And as soon as that's done, that's it. You feel no pain for the rest of the day. And I've had no pain since. But it's like being stung in the head by a swarm of wasps just for about 120 seconds, where they jab, 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 jab in your scalp. And it was difficult for me, I will say. But once that was done, the extraction and the implanting again was, I nearly fell asleep twice. Let's put it that way, and that's no exaggeration. I'm laying on the bed thing, and I nearly fell asleep twice, where there was that little pain. So yeah, it's we'll see how it goes over. I mean, it takes anywhere between sort of 8 and 16 months to come through fully. So we'll keep an eye on it and see how things go. But but there we go. Do I think NHS or private is best? Well, as I say, the NHS, as far as I know, they don't do that. They don't do cosmetic surgery. You may be lucky if it is really, really affecting your mental health. They may do something along the lines of cosmetic surgery to help you out. But 99% of what they would class as cosmetic surgery has to be done privately. How much did it cost? It cost £2,000 is what it costs, which, to be honest, is pretty bloody cheap, and it was here in the UK. So I was actually surprised at how cheap it was, which is why I wasn't speaking about it before the week before I went and had it done, because it kind of popped up from nowhere. There was a deal popped up from nowhere, and I thought, fuck it, I cannot, afford to miss that deal. So so I called them up, and within 48 hours, I had an appointment booked for a few days later. But it is a good price. It is a good price. You're talking £3,000 plus generally, and that's not even for as many hairs as I was quoted for. So they were going to take 3,000 hairs, but I don't even think they've taken 3,000 hairs. I think they've gone around more like 2,000, 2,400. But it was, you know, it's for me. I didn't do it for anybody else. I've done it for me to try and help myself feel a little bit better about myself. I don't like, I've mentioned this many times before, I don't like the way that I look. So there's some things that I want to have done over the you know, in the future to try and, you know, make myself feel a bit better and hopefully get out of this not liking myself very much situation. But this is just the first step to it. And, you know, I'm glad I had it done, to be honest. I'm glad I had it done. Yes, WTF, it basically worked out about £1 a hair, to be honest. A lot of places charge £3 to £7 per hair, which is a lot of money. But yeah, I just thought if I can grow my fringe and I can grow it over my face, then I won't have to look at this anymore. Nor will you. You won't have to look at this anymore either. You just see Cousin It on the screen. But anyway, right, moving on from that. Obviously, this isn't all about me. These live streams. So I just wanted to. Well, Matt. They said they can fix the length, but they can't do nothing about the girth. So, you know, I might as well leave it as it is. Show the back of the head. That's really difficult to do because I don't know what you can see and what you can't when I'm facing the other way. I don't know if you can see it on the top. I don't know if you can see much of that. It's not going to look very thick on the top there at the moment, especially with the light behind me. But it's still got to grow out a bit as well. So, so yeah. Anyway, moving on. We've got quite a bit. Well, I've got quite a bit planned for this evening. I'm going to go through a couple of stories. I've not read the stories yet. I've just seen the headlines. I've sent them to myself. So I'm going to react to a couple of stories initially. Then we're going to open the phone lines, and we are going to we're going to get some calls going. Then after that, we're going to open the panel, and then after that, or during that, we have a subscriber who has very, very kindly donated to the channel in order to offer some prizes. And we've got five prizes, which are Amazon vouchers, £20 Amazon vouchers. Okay, so we've got five £20 Amazon vouchers to give away. I'm not going to give them all away in today's live stream. I want to, you know, if we can spread this out a little bit. Maybe do 2 today, 2 next week, 1 the following week. You know, we'll see how that goes. But we're going to do some, you know, like as we have been doing, we're going to do some general knowledge quiz. And we'll get some people up on the panel, and we'll do what we did before, and we'll take a tally of people's answers, give sort of 10 or 12 questions to each person, and whoever wins the general knowledge wins a £20 Amazon voucher, which I will send to you through, I believe you can do it through Amazon. If just have to give me your email address if I remember rightly. And that's what we're going to do. So let's get cracking. Let's open up my emails and let's have a look at a couple of stories. Now, obviously, as you know, my normal, I've got to be careful because I don't want my headphones to rub on the patch. So I've got to wear them awkwardly. So what we're going to do, as I say, I've not seen these stories. All I've seen is the headlines. And because I've not been able to put anything out recently, because I'm not able to go through a full fucking day without sleeping and getting pissed off, I'll just do some reviews of a few stories on these live streams for the time being until we can get back to some semblance of normality. So let me pull that down there. Shit. No, come back. Put that there. That there. That there. Oh, wrong one. No, it's not. That there. And that there. Close that. Close that. Close that. And go to screen share on here. Window browser. There we go. Browser. No, that's wrong. We want window capture. That's what we want. Okay. So let me open that back up so I can see what I'm doing. Good evening, bearded vet. Right. Okay. So, oh no, I need to put. Right. Can you just tell me if you can hear my voice when I transition this over? Okay. Can you hear me? La-di-da-di-da. Did you hear me talking then? You did. Lovely job. Right. Okay. So the first one isn't really it's not really a police thing, but we had somebody on the channel a while back who had a similar situation. They went to a fancy dress party dressed up as a Nazi. Now, the reason I want to talk about this is because I want to talk about how people are trying to hide the past and demonize anybody that wants to have anything to do with the past, you know, or certain pasts. I mean, it's okay to highlight the past when it's, you know, slavery. It's all right to highlight the people that were, you know, involved in the past as victims, shall we say. But it's not okay to talk about talk about the people who perpetrated those things. And I think that's a very dangerous situation to be in. I think that, you know, I think that it's very important to remember the entire history. And to be fair, Nazi uniforms were pretty smart. I've got to be honest, right? But this is the story here. Let me just open that up. Oh God, right. So a historian. Oh God, right. A historian has blasted men for dressing as SS guards during a 1940s war weekend. Now, don't get me wrong, but if it's a war weekend, are we only going to talk about the Allies? Are we only going to talk about the British Army? Are we only going to talk about, you know, the winners? Are we, you know, it's a 1940s weekend. There is many different angles that you can come at when it comes to a 1940s weekend, right? I mean, you look at the way the women used to dress in the 40s. You look at the fact that lots of people went to war. You look at the fact that you had all the war vehicles, and you also had the enemy. You had the people that you were fighting against. And I think dressing as one of them. No offense, I know some people think that it's sick, and that's fine. You're absolutely entitled to that opinion, but they're not going around, trying to gas people in the streets, are they? They've dressed up for a war weekend, which is a weekend all about the 1940s, and unfortunately, the Nazis are part of that. The Nazis are part of 1940s war. And it's not going to change. That's never going to change. I don't agree with what they've done. I certainly don't agree with what they've done. Absolutely not. But they are part and parcel of that era. I mean, you look at hello, hello, as it says here. This historian has called them flabby hello wannabes. Now, everybody laughed, didn't they? Didn't everybody laugh when they used to sit down and watch hello? And there were Germans in there dressed as Germans, German SS guards, but people laughed at it. Now people are turning around going, oh no, you're out of order. You're terrible for dressing up as one. It was on the fucking telly every week for fuck knows how many years. And people sat in their homes laughing at it. Do you know what I mean? I think I know that, again, I know this isn't a police thing that we're talking about here, but it potentially could be. Again, I've not read these stories yet. Right? I'm just going off of the title at the moment and the first line. But quite possible, bearded vet, quite possible. But there were, Hello Hello was a massively liked show, massively liked. To be honest, it was like most of the shows back then that have all now been cancelled for one reason or another. But still, how can we turn around, and lambast somebody for wearing a Nazi uniform, which were pretty fucking smart, I've got to be honest, okay? Regardless to what they stood for, they dressed well, okay, the officers. And how can people laugh at that in the past and now turn around and condemn it in the next breath? I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think it's very dangerous, to be honest. So let's have a quick look at this. The people who dress up as Nazis deserve the utmost ridicule. Okay, let's tell that to Hollywood, shall we? Shall we tell that to Hollywood when they're doing a film on the war or a war? Let's tell them that they can't do it. Let's cancel Hollywood for making war films that show both sides, the people on both sides. Shall we do that? No, of course you're not going to, because you love them fucking films. You're just picking on somebody because they're not famous. You're picking on them. They don't have the backup to turn around and go, fuck you. They haven't got the backup of Hollywood to turn around and say, fuck you. So what's happening are people are picking on a couple of, a couple or a few citizens who have decided to put on German uniforms because they know that that the people giving the abuse can't get the backlash for doing so, in my opinion. And I think that's very, very dangerous. Trouble broke out when the crowds of horrified locals confronted the group during the annual World War II themed festival at the weekend, which sees people don wartime outfits and watch aircraft fly overhead. Have any of you been to an air show? I'm sure you have. Sometimes they have foreign aircraft. Sometimes they'll have a Messerschmitt or some other maybe Russian, or maybe not now, but Russian or German or Japanese aeroplane within that, doing stunts and all that kind of stuff. So, are we allowed to have the armory from the enemy, but we're not allowed to see the enemy, you know, dressed up as they would have been themselves. I think it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. I really do. I understand some people detest and despise what the Germans did. I don't particularly like it myself, but it's part of history. And trying to brush history under the carpet is the most dangerous thing that you can do. Absolutely. They had better not go into the streets. What if a Jewish survivor saw them? Well, I'm pretty sure Jewish survivors are probably not healed from the scars that they've received, but I'm pretty sure they're not going to cower in the corner when a war film comes on the telly and they see in German folk on the TV. You know, I'm pretty sure they're not going to do that. So to see, you know, sorry, if you're at an event, which is a World War II event where people, as it says, dress up in wartime uniforms, it doesn't say they can only dress up in British or Allied uniforms. It says that they were dressing up as wartime. What's the fucking word they use? Which sees people don wartime outfits and watch aircrafts fly overhead. Right. I've got to be honest, puppy doo-doo. I've got to be honest. I don't mean to be horrible, but I think you're being very weak. I think you're being very weak. And the reason I say that is simply because you're going on about how they could have PTSD, etc. Right? Could have. Right? Lots of people out there with PTSD that have to go through things that may have triggered them in the past. Okay, the therapy for PTSD is learning to deal with it and to cope with that. Right? You're talking about how many years ago now? 70 years ago? 40? 80 years ago. 80 years ago. Okay, most of the people, not all, but most of the people are probably sadly dead now anyway, that were were in Nazi camps, for example. However, you cannot sit there and go, you cannot put on a uniform because of PTSD, because then we'd have to say we cannot put it on the TV. What if somebody with PTSD is flicking through a channel and accidentally flicks it onto that channel, onto a channel with a war film? Oh my God. You know, I think you're being weak. Their descendants are still alive, but their descendants didn't have to go through it. So do you know what, puppy doo-doo? You're being a knob. So see you later. Look, I don't often do that, right? But that's clearly somebody who's trying to wind me up, trying to cause an issue. So yeah. I feel sorry for people that have to go through PTSD. I genuinely do, which is why I've donated, or you guys have helped to donate to the PTSD camp in Bath. I certainly wouldn't go and mock them for doing it or for going through it. I mean, that would be ridiculous. But putting on a uniform, I mean, look at them. Those uniforms are really smart. I think those uniforms are really smart. In fact, there's some of the smarter uniforms out of the entire fucking war, in my opinion. Doesn't take away the fact that they were worn by many fucking psychopaths and sickos, but they're the genuinely decent uniforms. Like, when I say decent uniforms, smart uniforms. So anyway, I'm not going to go on more about that. That's just, I just wanted to show how absolutely pathetic some people are. I mean, if you don't like it, then that's fine. Just ignore them, as far as I'm concerned. If you don't like what somebody's wearing, you just ignore it. It's the same as if you don't like what I'm talking about on this channel, switch off and go and watch something else. It's no big deal. you're not going to have a meltdown. You're not going to have a PTSD meltdown because I'm on YouTube. You know, I might have said something that upset you in the past. Or what are you going to do? You're going to turn the channel over and go and watch something else. So if you see people wearing something you don't like, trying to call them out, ridicule them, you know, fine. If they're going to wear those uniforms, then they've got to expect some ridicule. Same as me. I've got to expect some ridicule for having my hair done, right? And that's absolutely fine. But to have a meltdown and try and cancel people because they've dressed in wartime outfits, which is the theme of the fucking situation where they was at, and then melt down about it, I think is absolutely pathetic. Absolutely. So right, so that's that one anyway. Let's move on to the next story, because I don't want to take too long doing this. So I apologize, that one went on for a little bit. I don't want to take too long. I just want to go through a few stories. So the next one is a Durham police officer, police constable. I don't like calling them officers. They don't deserve to be called officers because they have not earned that title. So a Durham police constable has been sacked after slapping a teenager in the face. Now, let's see if we can see. Oh, there we go. I mean, it wasn't exactly a full-on swing with the hand. It was more of a love tap. I mean, I've had sessions with women that have hit me harder than that, right? But she's a copper, and she shouldn't be putting her hands onto anybody in that manner. So this is Nicola Voke Williams from Durham Constabulary, and we've got quite a few videos on the channel about Durham Constabulary police constables, and I have been going through. They're not all in playlists now, but I do have quite a few playlists for the individual police forces, so people can go and check out their own individual police force and all of the stories that I've put out about them. So she was actually convicted of assault. Good. I mean, I'm surprised she didn't say it was a preemptive strike. That's what they usually do. They usually hit somebody and say, oh, it was a preemptive strike in case they hit me, even though they're standing there with their hands by their sides. In case they hit me, I decided to strike them first. But again, that as far as I'm concerned, that there is more of a love tap. Look, oh, say my name, bitch. Oh, say my name. It is, seriously, it's a little love tap, but again, should not be happening. She's been sacked from the force after a panel found she demonstrated gross misconduct with her actions. She attempted to appeal the conviction last month. So this is actually she actually went to court and got found guilty before now. It may be something that's already on my channel. I can't remember, and I haven't looked. This is the first time I've looked at this article. But she's obviously been found guilty, and then tried to appeal the conviction last month, but it was quashed by a judge at Teesside Crown Court. Chief Constable of Durham said, Joe Farrell said, Voke Williams has not shown any remorse for her actions, and that if she continued to serve, it would risk undermining public confidence in the force. Now, we already know that we already know when the police get caught for using too much force, they may show remorse, but the only reason they show remorse is to try and save their job. It's not because they're actually remorseful, because if they were remorseful, they wouldn't go back to the station afterwards and say, and try and defend what they'd done. If any of them are actually remorseful for using too much force, then they would go back to the station and go, shit, I used too much force on that person, and then they'd get dealt with. Right? But they don't. They defend their actions all the way until it goes to court or to a misconduct hearing. At which point they turn around and go, "Oh, I didn't mean to do it," but you did, because you've backed your actions for the past fucking 12 months, and now you're telling me you didn't mean to do it. That's bullshit. That's not remorse. That's trying to save your ass. But obviously, the courts, fucking idiots they are, and the tribunal services, or the misconduct hearings, they will lap it up. They'll go, "Oh, look, have a little grizzle whilst you're standing there," and they'll think that you're sorry for what you did, but they're not. We all know they're not. She had 21 years of experience, so she's been in the police for 21 years. Attended an incident after reports of a large group of youths who had arranged a fight with weapons and glass bottles. Oh dear God. Oh my word. Right, okay. This is pathetic. This is ridiculous. Look, the officer had 21 years experience, had attended an incident in the town centre after reports of a large group of youths who had arranged to fight with weapons and glass bottles. And what did they do? What did they do? They sent 2 female police officers, police constables. So the two female police constables turned up to an incident of a large group of youths who had arranged a fight with weapons and bottles. Really? 2 bints. And it says in the next part that the car started to roll because they didn't put the handbrake on. And they were laughed at. So they've pulled two no offense to the ladies watching, because I know some of you can definitely handle yourself, as with the police. However, when you've got a large group, you don't send 2 fucking bints, especially if they don't know how to park a car properly. I mean, that car could have rolled into people. So the youths were reported to have laughed at them, with one allegedly shouting "useless." So obviously the policewoman, had a little premenstrual moment, shall we say, lost her shit, didn't like to be made to look silly in front of people, and hit somebody, hit a kid, by the sounds of it. I mean, that's absolutely disgusting. How can any adult be in that situation and slap, what's effectively a child or a youth is still a young person. So, but sorry, Sean, but she's clearly on the rag at that point. I know women that can, that can park their car, for fuck's sake. I know women that have had so much shit and they'd never put their hands on somebody, But this is what we're left with at the moment. It's absolutely ridiculous. Here we go. PC Voke Williams claims she thought the boy was about to spit in her face and so preemptively struck him in self-defense. Right. If the police think you're going to spit at them, they put your head down. Okay. They move out the way. They put your head down so you can't spit. Okay. They don't go like that. They don't give you a love tap. Right. They put your head down so they can't. So they can't spit at you. She didn't do that, in my opinion, is complete bullshit. And thankfully, that was seen through by the court. So thankfully, the court actually saw through that bullshit as well. However, she was, the allegation that she was about to be spat on was dismissed in court. She was given a 6-month suspended discharge. Of course she was. If it was you or I that slapped somebody in the face, that would be assault, plain and simple, and we'd get convicted of it properly. You know what I mean? Suspended sentence or something like that. But she's got a 6-month suspended discharge, which, without looking and trying to rack my brain because it doesn't work properly, I believe that if nothing happens within that 6 months, it just gets forgotten about. Whereas a suspended sentence obviously would stay on your record. I would need to double check that, but I'm sure that's the situation there. So she was ordered to pay 50 quid in compensation and court costs of around 428. Well, I will say Durham Constabulary, fair play for standing up to that one. You know, as far as if somebody hit me like that, you know, there's a love tap. You know, I'd laugh. You'd have to. If somebody slapped you like that, you'd have to laugh. But it was a copper. It was in uniform. It was probably had the decorators in, riding the red wave, so to speak. And, you know, you obviously we can't allow police like that. However, one issue that I do have is that we do see cops that do far more than that, who get let off. You know, I think this is granted, again, she shouldn't have done it. Absolutely, she shouldn't have done it. I think this is another case of throwing cannon fodder out, you know, throwing people under the bus to make it look like they're doing what they should be doing. I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of years' time we find out that there are people on the force who have kept their jobs since Rowley took over the Met, for example, and has turned around saying that, you know, and since the inquests and stuff into the police, and since all of that, I wouldn't be surprised if in a couple of years there are still some very, very dangerous people within the police who should have been found sacked before it gets to that point. But we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see where that goes. Anyway, moving on. Let's have a look at the next one, because I want to get through this as quickly as possible. Right. So we've got one more story to go through. Now, Chris Kabar, you probably all remember that story. Metropolitan Police, they shot him through the windscreen of his Audi or his sorry, I'm looking at the comments as I'm talking, and I shouldn't, because something will pop up and I'll go, oh. Yeah, so Chris Kabar was allegedly trying to make off from the police in an Audi. I believe it was his friend's Audi. He got stopped by armed police. Again, I've done this story on the channel. So if you haven't seen it, you can search Chris Kabar, police abusing powers, and you should get my videos, or you can go through my back catalogue of videos. Allegedly, and I say allegedly because as yet I've not seen any evidence, but allegedly, Chris Kabar is supposed to have tried to drive at the coppers whilst they were pointing their guns at him. Now, I find that hard to believe, because I would imagine if the car was in motion towards the police and they shot him, the car would have carried on rolling and then hit the police cars. From what I can remember, that didn't happen. The car was stationary. So I have a sneaky suspicion that part of the story is bullshit. Okay. But let's have a look at the story anyway. Let's have a read what it's saying, because the armed police unit and I believe the Ministry of Defence police are also refusing to do their jobs now. I don't believe he did kipper. I don't believe there was a gun in the car. Again, I mean, we're talking a while back. Some of this is from before my strokes. So sometimes I have to go back and look at my videos in order to remember certain things. But I'm pretty sure that he didn't have a weapon. But again, I've not read these stories. This is the first time of reading these whilst I'm going through this review. So 24-year-old Chris Kabar, let's put that on there, died after being shot by a Met firearms officer in Streatham Hill, shortly after 10 p.m. on September the 5th, 2022. He was followed by an unmarked police car with no lights or siren turned on, in the minutes before the shooting. The IOPC carried out a murder investigation. The CPS has announced it has authorised a murder charge to be issued against the police officer, who has not been named. There we go. At an inquest, they heard that Mr. Cabal was followed by an unmarked police car with no lights or siren. After his Audi drove down Kirkstall Gardens, he was blocked by a marked police vehicle and there was contact between the two cars. Okay. So the chances are, as we see sometimes, the police will box somebody in purposely to stop them moving the vehicle. Now, it says that contact was made between the two vehicles, which means if the two vehicles were touching, then there's no way that Chris could have tried to drive at the police constables who were standing there with their firearms. It can't happen. It says the vehicle had been linked to a firearms incident the previous day. Cabal was unarmed and not being treated as a suspect at the time. He was blocked by a marked police vehicle. There was contact between the two cars before a marksman fired a single shot through the windscreen, hitting him in the head. Now, yeah, there we go. So we've got an image there. Okay, you've got Chris Cabal's car here, this dark one in the middle here, and this is the armed one. So they've made contact, as you can see. They're touching. See if I can zoom in a little bit. So they're touching here. He couldn't have tried driving at the police if he was touching them, if he was touching the car. It's unlikely you're going to get a copper jump out of this side. Excuse me, because that's putting themselves right in the line of danger. So the chances are the copper jumped out of here first and put a gun on Chris there. I can't bring it up a little bit for you to see. So the story was that he tried to drive at them, but if they'd made contact and stopped his vehicle, then he wasn't driving anywhere. The only way he was going to go at that point probably was going to be in reverse. Oh, let's put that back to normal size. Now, Chris Cabal, from what I can gather, he wasn't a good boy, shall we say, from the reports. I don't know him, so I can only go on what's been given out. But Chris Cabal wasn't exactly an angel. Okay. However, does anybody deserve to die because the police have got itchy trigger fingers? You know, and the worst part about all of this, I think, is this part. Dozens of Met police officers refuse armed patrols after colleague's murder charge. Right. So basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, if you don't let us get away with murder, we're not going to do our jobs. That's insubordination. I don't know if you have insubordination in the police, but that is that's against their code of ethics and all of that kind of stuff, right? And they should be fucked off. If you don't want to go on patrol, then you don't get paid. If you don't want to go out on patrol and do your job, then you have no job. See you later. You know, they are there for a fucking reason, and that is to allegedly to protect the public. And by turning around and saying, nah, I'm not going to go out on patrol and stop people with knives and guns, they are putting us in a position of having to defend ourselves, which I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea, to be quite honest with you. But they're putting us in a position to defend ourselves, which is then going to put us in a position of getting nicked if we try and, you know, if we do defend ourselves. So what does it say? More than 70 police marksmen said they want time to consider whether or not they wish to still carry a gun. Listen, there ain't no fucking way on earth that anyone who's in that position of being able to carry a gun is going to turn around and say, actually, nah, I don't want to carry a gun anymore, especially in the police, because the narcissistic pieces of shit that make it into being armed police, MOD police, civil nuclear constabulary, excuse me, 1 second. They are not going to want to give that gun up because of the sense of power that it gives them. Okay, so I would be very, 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 very surprised if any of these more than 70 police constables turn around and say, actually, we quit. They're not going to do it. They're narcissistic. The fact that they've been given weapons, they fucking love it. They think they're superior to everybody else because they're some of the very few people who are allowed to carry weapons. And there ain't no way they're giving it up. Ain't no way. Even over this. Not happening. This is simply a threat. Do as we say. And unfortunately, the police probably will do what they say because they want them on the street with their guns. Okay. So the overarching people, or the people that monitor, that keep all of this in play, the Home Office, etc., will probably roll over on this and say, okay, let's write some more law. Right, let's write some more legislation to make it harder for armed police to be charged with murder, because this is what they've done with other laws. You know, they see a situation where the police can get fucked up and they go, right, how can we prevent this? Well, let's blame the public first of all, and then let's give the police some more powers to prevent them from being able to be charged. You know, MKX, what do you mean? I'm talking shit. The amount of murders every week, that job is very stressful. What do you mean? What bit am I talking shit about? The fact that the Home Office, etc., will probably roll over. The fact that none of them will give their guns up because they love the fact of having the guns, because the majority of them are narcissistic pricks. Which part am I talking shit about? Hello, I'm a swinger. Yes, no, bearded vet. At the moment, or at least it was recently, the police aren't allowed to strike. The police are not allowed to strike. It's I believe it's in their contract, etc. But they're not allowed to strike, or at least it was recently. No, MKX, I didn't say that I don't want armed police. I didn't say that. What are you trying to say? I don't want armed drug dealers in the country. No, of course I don't. But unfortunately, we've got them. If having armed police is not going to stop drug dealers having weapons. It's not going to stop it. But I didn't say anything. I did not say anything about disarming the police, did I? I didn't say that. In fact, I said the opposite. I said the police will not give up their guns. So I don't see what you're saying, MKX. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're trying to get at. I need you to explain a bit better, MKX. Yes, Sean, exactly. We do need the police, unfortunately, necessary evil, but not in the form that we currently have them. Anyway, I'm nearly done with this. Anyway, 5 more minutes, and then we get on to the phoning people. So if you're bored with me talking yet, a few more minutes, and we'll be listening to other people. Not striking, refusing to carry guns. Yeah, Matt. As I've said, I don't believe that they will put their guns down. I seriously can't believe that the police will turn around and say, right, we'll go out on duty, but we don't want our guns anymore. They're not going to take their firearms licenses off them for refusing. But I think that it's misconduct if they're failing to follow their orders, so to speak. Then that's classed as misconduct at the very least, and they should be dealt with as such. But it's also, just quickly, it's also the Ministry of Defence, as I said, the Ministry of Defence Police are supporting the Met in this situation. The Ministry of Defence has placed the Army on standby to support the Metropolitan Police after armed officers handed in their weapons. Sorry, my bad. I've read that wrong. As I said, I'm reading these for the first time, so I did get that bit wrong. The Ministry of Defence Police are not looking at putting down their weapons. They have actually turned round and said that they will support the Metropolitan Police, as in they will send armed units out onto the street in place of the police that should be doing it, the ones that are being paid for doing it. So again, as far as I'm concerned, that's at the very least misconduct that they're refusing to do, refusing an order from their superiors, and you know, much like in the army, you refuse to follow orders, and you've got no valid reason not to do so, then you're going to get locked up, aren't you? So, Home Secretary Suella Braverman has launched a review after a number of Scotland Yard officers turned in their firearms after the armed copper being charged with the murder of Chris Kabar. The MOD confirmed it will now assist the police with specific tasks when needed after the Met requested military support for counter-terrorism duties. To deal with protests, officers from neighbouring forces stepped in to patrol the capital on Saturday night. And Braverman said officers must not fear ending up in the dock or carrying out their duties. If they weren't so trigger happy, then they wouldn't end up in the dock, would they? You know, let's face it. I know that it's a split-second decision. And to be fair, I wouldn't be able to do it because I've not had the training. Okay, so when people turn around and say, oh, you couldn't do it, you're absolutely right. I couldn't do it because I've not had fucking training. That's why I couldn't do it. But if I had the training, then I'd probably be able to do it. Right? And when somebody is sitting in a vehicle and you have their vehicle and your vehicle between you, okay, as a barrier, as protection, shall we say, plus you're wearing body armor, okay, then when it comes to shooting somebody, you should not fucking shoot somebody unless you see a weapon. Okay, there is absolutely no excuse for shooting somebody and saying, I thought they were going to grab a weapon. They might have been scratching their bollocks. Do you know what I mean? And you shoot them, right? In America, yes, granted, some American cops will shoot people without seeing a weapon. But I've watched so many fucking videos on YouTube of American police who, even in a situation where somebody has a gun, okay, are very, very restrained. Okay. And they, you know, they don't open fire even when somebody's got a gun until that person starts opening fire on them, in many cases. Not all, but in many cases. So why is it over here, the wet wipes that we've got, the narcissistic fucking weird fucking sickos that we've got running around with guns in the police, not on the streets, I mean, why is it they cannot just contain themselves. I mean, do they? I'm sure they sit there every night, just, you know, when they get in and go, oh, for fuck, they beat their wives up and go, fuck's sake, I didn't have anybody to shoot at today. The wife goes, don't worry, dear. You go, fuck off, don't talk to me. I'm angry. You know what I mean? And when they do shoot somebody, they probably go home and pull themselves off all night long. You know, they do. It's sickening. It's absolutely sickening. Anyway, let's get rid of that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. And let's do that. So that's my take on some of the stories that have been in the news towards the end of this week. It's shocking. Some of this shit is shocking. Somebody's just said there about less lethal. Where is it? Where's it gone? Somebody just said something about less lethal and Kent Police, I think it was. But do you know what? I would rather, if it was a member of my family, right? I would rather the police fire like a beanbag projectile at their face and potentially break their jaw. And I'm just saying potentially, and you know, I'm not saying this is what I want. I'm just saying I would rather a member of my family have a broken bone than lose their life. Right. So I do think there is a big place for non-lethal rounds. And I think the fact that, you know, granted, you've got to have proper rounds, because if somebody's, you know, about to actually kill somebody, you know, if somebody's actually got a gun to somebody's head, you know, and they've already shot several people and killed them, then there is, you know, the need for live ammunition in my opinion. However, there are many situations where the police turn up with live ammunition for a situation that doesn't warrant it, and people have died. So I do believe that there are less. I do believe that less lethal rounds have a place, more so than live rounds. But again, just an opinion, as is everything on this channel, really, unless I'm showing you evidence, which then it's fact. But then I'll give you an opinion. So, yeah, I mean, I've seen some air pistols. You know, I've seen some air pistols which are pumped up. When I say pumped up, I mean they've got like restrictions removed, etc. And they're pretty fucking dangerous, right? It's unlikely to kill anybody, but it's going to fucking hurt a lot more than shooting somebody with one that only fires at, I don't know, what is it, 300 feet per second or something, or whatever it is. I don't know I don't know about the feet per second when it comes to air pistols, but yeah, granted, you could blind somebody and, you know, stuff like that. But again, I'd rather be fucking blind in one eye than dead. You know what I mean? But there we go. Anyway, now we're going to move on. And we're going to open the phone lines now. So again, just wanted to go through some of the stories from the week, and then go through we have a phone in, and then we're going to get the panel up at about just after 10 o'clock. And then we're going to play some games and give some prizes. So don't try calling yet, people. Wait until the number's on the screen. But first of all, can you please let me know, guys, if you can hear this? Wait for it. Thank you. Good evening, Animal Rights. Good evening, Ricky. Hello, Carmen. Hello, Eclectic. Hello, Chris. Hello, Imja. Hello, Dodgy Get. Hello, who else have I missed? Joe Black, John Belcher, Ron Malcolm. Thank you for letting me know. Was it loud enough as well, guys? Was that loud or too loud or not loud enough? Unfortunately, not, Dave. The prizes aren't that extravagant, I'm afraid. Perfect here. Brilliant. Okay, in that case, let's get this going. So 0151 528 9590. If you want to call in, as it says, share a story, whistle blow, talk shit, call me names, talk about something we've already spoken about, talk about something different. Entirely up to you. This is your time to shine. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, Greg.
I made it. Hello, how you doing, mate?
Not so bad. Just give me 1 sec. Let me make sure everyone can hear you. Okay. If
I've turned my telly down. That's all good.
If anyone can let me know if you can hear Graham there.
Hopefully 5x5.
Yes, brilliant, lovely, jubbly, fantastic. Yes, they can. How you doing, mate?
Well, mate, I am stressed, but look, let's not go into that. I'm sweating on something that's happening tomorrow. It's called a PIP reassessment, and I've been sweating on it for ages.
Right,
they put it off and put it off. Anyway, that's not my call. It's been a fantastic stream so far, and I'm glad I caught you now because very shortly I'm going to eat and log off and probably fucking fall asleep for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Because I usually do fall asleep after I've eaten, and then I wake up with a cat on me, if I'm lucky. Yeah, it's been a brilliant life so far, and I'm glad to have, been here from the start, looking at the comments. Although, even though I'm looking at all chat, I'm sure that there's bits and pieces on the chat that I've missed. I mean, so not all chat seems to be visible for some reason.
It depends on what. I mean, are you watching it on the telly?
No, I've got it on the TV. Right. Just to get the volume, but I've also got it on my mobile phone, and I've got all messages lit on my phone. And yet there are still messages that I'm not seeing. For example, I know that Roger Whittington might have said this and that, but some of his comments haven't been seen by me, and I know it's on slow chat, so just to let you know that even on all messages, not everything seems to be visible.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Doesn't surprise me, to be honest, but there we go.
Nothing surprises me. But anyway, look, thank you for taking the call. I'm glad I got through. Thank you for this.
No worries.
Do you know what? One of the biggest things that scares me at the moment is this new online safety bill that's about to be probably signed off by Big Ears.
Yeah, it'll definitely get signed off.
Well, hang on. Big Ears signed something off recently that was supposed to prevent the illegal landings, dinghies, but look, they're still not being turned back and this and that, but that's a different story for different channels. But this scares the fucking shit out of me, mate. When you see people like Russell Brand being persecuted, well, he might be a misogynistic bugger, and I haven't followed him and Johnny Ross for a number of years since they did that prank phone call to do with, what was his name from Fawlty Towers? The granddaughter that Russell Brand was allegedly sleeping with at the time, the granddaughter.
Yeah, I know who you mean. I can't
that prank phone call from years and years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like a witch hunt. Now, obviously, Roger's aware of it because I've commented on his channel and maybe a couple of others. But the whole system at the moment seems to be not so much about protecting women, girls, children. I think it's going to be abused to silence people from speaking out against the narrative.
Of course.
I mean, we've already had the so-called censorship from YouTube going against their core value of what do they call it? First Amendment.
Yeah.
They've been going against that for a long time, and this, with the online safety bill, is really going to be the nail in the coffin when it comes to a general election, which will be coming up next year, maybe. How are people going to canvass on their YouTube channels and this and that and the other, because they're going to be going against the narrative? See where I'm coming from? I'll put my tin hat back on, shall I?
Look, this is, when it comes to things like that, this is going to be used to stop independent standing as well.
Exactly.
Okay. It's
exactly.
It's a two-party paradigm, as they call it, isn't it? And it has been for a long time. And they don't want that. They don't want to rock the boat by having somebody with an independent party or a smaller party coming in and taking it away from the big parties that have done so much damage over the years. So they'll use it quite easily to shut people down from what's the word?
Rocking the boat.
Whatever. For want of a better word, yeah.
I'm so angry, mate, and yes, I have had a few beers, but I have been on soft drinks for the last hour. But bloody hell,
I've still not had a brandy.
I want to say so much, but I need to sort of watch my words, even though I'm, and for what it's worth, yes, I did eventually pick up on your key phrases about, yeah, you love people with autism because they speak their fucking minds and da-di-da-di-da. So, yeah, I did eventually find the right bit of that live stream where I phoned in and then looked up afterwards from the other week. But bloody hell. People are no longer allowed to speak their minds, and it's taking the bumper big time. It's a rascal clap.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I didn't sign up for that, and my granddad didn't sign up, and my great granddad didn't sign up for that when they, fought in the First and Second World War. Where's our so-called democracy? Where's our fucking freedom?
What democracy? We've had the illusion of democracy for 30 plus years, right? There is no democracy anymore, and it's our fault. Unfortunately, it's our fault, the general public's fault, that the democracy has gone out the window, because we've all just been complacent and said, yes, okay, well, this is how it should be. We elect an official to stand for us in Parliament. And that official will go to Parliament and in most cases will just side with the narrative in Parliament, regardless to what the public have said, because ultimately there's no proof that the public have said no when they go in and say yes. There's no fucking evidence.
So they might as well be deaf to what we're saying.
There is none. They just go in and say, an MP will go in and say, oh, my constituency are against this, for example, even though they're for it, or they'll say they're for it even though the majority are against it. And we don't know, because we don't get to see any of the figures. We don't get to see the polls. We don't get to see any of that stuff, as it's done. It's all lies, smoke and mirrors, bread and circuses, all that jazz. It's a dangerous world to live in at the moment.
Totally and utterly, Dan. Totally and utterly. I mean, smoke and mirrors. You mentioned smoke and mirrors. I mean, now I mentioned briefly Russell Brand, which was headline news for days and days and days.
Yeah.
But what slips under the radar, apart from this online safety bill, something else where, all right, I shouldn't mention people coming across on the boats, but it wasn't widely reported, but I'm aware of it. They got hazmat tents and all this and that in the port of Dover. What does that tell you about the coughs and sneezes and diseases that are coming in? And where are they going? Well, to wherever they're going.
Into communities. Yeah.
Indeed. But let me move away from that, because I don't want to sound fucking racist, but it's just part of the fucking problem. That's just a part of the problem. The politicians seem to be not listening to what Joe Public wants.
Yeah.
And that brings me on to a sort of borderline related subject, albeit many years ago. Does anyone remember? I think the name is David Blunkett.
David Blunkett, the blind geezer.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did he or did he not have something to do with indeterminate sentences?
Yes.
For people that might or might not have committed offences, some of which might not have barely warranted a 6 to 12 month incarceration, and some of them are still in jail, despite the fact that that was allegedly repealed in 2012.
Yeah.
So why are these people still in jail?
I've done a few stories on that on the channel.
I know you have. That's why I brought it up, brother.
Well, they say that
and
they
yet
haven't
there are
got
still
round to
people
processing
in jail that shouldn't be. No hope of parole. No, no remission. No nothing. I mean,
their argument is they haven't got round to processing them.
And they haven't got round to it. A bit like all the fucking asylum claims. Yeah.
There's only about 1,700 people left, I believe. It might be less. There's about 1,700 people left. Well, I know. I shouldn't say it like that, but there's about 1,700 people.
Sorry, mate. I'm not taking the piss out of you, mate. No.
There's about 1,700 people left on indeterminate sentences, IPPs. And since about 2012, I think it was 2013, something like that. And
I think it was 2012 when it was repealed or withdrawn or something.
They've had about 10 years. They've had about 10 years, and they suggest that they still haven't been able to get through the people that are in there that shouldn't still be in there. And yeah, I've spoke a couple of times about a guy who stole a bike.
Yeah.
Granted, he punched the guy when he stole the bike, but he punched him, stole his bike, and he's been in prison for, I think it's about 13 years now.
I mean, 13 years for that. Just 18 months maybe, but 13 fucking years, my arse.
Yeah, and then you get that copper.
You
get that copper from earlier who slapped a lad and gets a suspended discharge.
Yeah, well, what can I say about suspended and discharge? I could make bad dad jokes about that, but I'm sure other people in the comments could do that.
Madness.
Which I will go back to and review later, because I know we've been online since about 2000 hours. It's now 21:17. So I can go back later when I review this and look at the comments while I've been on the phone. My man, I think it's time for me to allow someone else to phone in and bloody blah.
I want to try and keep the calls for about 10 minutes so I can get as many people on as possible in the hour.
Well, I don't know how long I've been on for because I haven't been keeping track. But hey, thank you for taking the call. I'm glad you've managed to do so. I hope I'm speaking in the majority here. This country has become a total clusterfuck, and I'm sick and tired of it. I didn't vote for this.
Nobody did. Really? Nobody voted.
And I'm prepared to stand up and fight, but unfortunately, I need more than just a pitchfork, and even a crossbow is borderline legal.
Yeah.
Borderline legal, let alone live ammunition, and yet the plot have got it. Yeah, okay, fine. Narcissistic bastards. Right, I think I better say no more, otherwise I might get a visit with a big red key before you know it.
Right, well, listen, great.
Anyway, I'm waiting on some footage from a friend of mine, which I will let you know. A friend of mine did get visited at 3:00 in the morning by the plod for his political views and was threatened. I'm just waiting for him to get the footage and then send it to me. And as soon as he sends it to me, which will have to be police body worn footage, I'll make sure that you and Marty and a couple of other trusted sources have access to it, all right?
No worries.
Can't say further than that, can I?
No worries, man. No worries.
But this is 1984/2023. Fucking police state and, yeah, Democratic Republic, my arse. Dictatorship shit more like. Welcome to North Korea and China. Thank you very much. I'll rest my case.
The communists, hang on, what's it called? The Communist Party of Britain, isn't it, or something?
Something like that.
Something
like that. I wouldn't know. I don't smoke. Well, actually, I do. About 40 a fucking day, but that's a different matter. Anyway.
Listen, good luck with...
Coin marks with his outro. When he does this at the end of his audits, stay safe, peace, and respect.
Yeah, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, buddy. I'll let you know once I know what's going on, even if I'll send you a text. So whatever, yeah.
No worries.
Okay, thanks for taking the call.
Right,
and love to everyone in the chat, and I'll go back and review all this later. Yeah.
No worries.
Okay. Thank you, buddy.
Take it easy.
All the best.
Ta-ra, Gray.
Good night, guys. Laters, bruv. Laters, guys. Ta-ra.
Pip reviews. Oh, there's one to talk about, isn't it? Fucking hell. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hi, mate. I'll fix.
Hello, mate. How are you? I'm
still
okay.
Here. Yeah, ain't locked me up yet. Keep trying. Just a quickie, basically, and then I'll get at you there and let everybody else bring in. When I logged on, you were all about a competition you were doing something?
Yes, we're having a little compo a bit later.
That's fine. I'll give you 2 free. I know it's going to be people travelling, unless it's from my area, but I'll give you 2 free tickets to our Christmas show. 5 artists, playing Peace Upper, and if you contact us via yourself, we'll sort the cheap hotel out as well.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Not a problem, mate. The artists, just so you know, we've got Madonna, Taylor Swift, Erasure, Pet Shop Boys, a guy called The Fouled, which is like a punk, a country techno thing. It's actually quite good, to be fair. What I'll do is I'll stick the link on the chat now for you, and then people can go and have a look at it. And then if you do ever wins it or wants it, if you can get there, just PM me over a message with the details. I'll get hold of them, and then we can sort out about getting them the tickets and get them sorted out.
No worries. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Mate. Happy to help. No problems. Right, I'll get out of here. I'll speak to you soon.
You take it easy.
You too, mate. Bye-bye.
Ta-ra now. So, I mean, that's something that's probably going to come up. Not that, by the way, but the Russell Brand thing is probably something that's going to come up on the panel later. I would imagine somebody's going to bring that up. I find the whole thing a little bit peculiar, to be honest. But we'll leave that there for now, and we'll wait till the panel's open before we get into that any deeper. If we do get into that any deeper, that is. So 01515289590 if you want to give us a ring. Again, we can talk about as the people that have already phoned in. You can talk about something completely different. We can talk about something that we've already spoken about this evening. You can tell us you're going through yourself if you wish. Entirely up to you. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, mate. I'll just turn this down.
Fridge.
Yeah, how are you doing, mate?
Not so bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah. Done. Passed all my diabetes and done all my bits and pieces. Went to hospital. They give me a new drug for my eyes. Yeah, very interesting topic tonight about the Met and the plod. What people don't realise is they get all the when we were in the old days, you carried a gun, you carried a pistol, but at the end of the day, the MOD police don't answer to the Metropolitan Police because they're a totally independent body, if you know what I mean.
Yes, yeah. Same as civil nuclear constabulary is
yes,
separate as well.
You're right. You're right on the doorstep there, my friend. But what do the civvies know about? Oh, he that guy shot that guy. Yeah, well, he's going down the road. So if you don't like it, hand the paper in, get out of the police, and go and do another job. Go to America or Australia. If you can't handle it, you shouldn't carry it. To us, it was just a. It's like you said you had your hair done, which is good for you, and it's the way it is. And if they don't like it, they shouldn't carry a gun. Simple as that.
Well, I believe in the army, and I've never been in the army, as you all know. But I believe in the army. You can be charged if you fire first.
It depends. Negligent discharge you can get done for.
Yeah.
If you kill someone in on a range in, say, like a range weekend or a range weekend away, a range day, or because they practice the same as we do, the army do. But the police today, they got loads of kit. They got tasers and all that. I mean, why do you want to go and taser a 10-year-old kid? I mean, that's a bit naughty. That is well out of order. But the guy's going to go down the road, and the police shouldn't, as you say, they don't go on strike. They don't. It's the same as these doctors, these consultants, and the other lower doctors shouldn't go on strike because they get paid a bit more. If they can't do it, go and get another job.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you got security guards like me trying to get a job. I'm still waiting for my CCTV. I passed it, by the way. But what do you do? I mean, the Dangerous Dogs Act. Well,
yeah.
If you've got a kid who's got that type of dog and they bite their face, what do you expect? This guy, 52 years old, gets bit by a dog. I'm a dog. I used to be a dog handler, so I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Civvy dogs aren't like military dogs. Military dogs are totally different to the police dogs they've got in Civvy Street.
Yeah.
You break into an establishment. There's two ways you're going to go. You're going to either get shot or you're going to get a big war dog on the back of your backside. Simple as that. And they don't muck about. These people look after these establishments, apart from the plod, and they've got the MOD police, which are tooled up anyway. They're one of the most secretive forces that people don't know about. But you go to them, and they don't realise is that they've got jurisdiction within 60 miles. When they go down the Ministry of Defence place in London, stuff like that makes the Met look like different ball game, because that's what they do. They're not stopping you because you're flying a drone over them. You fly a drone over a Ministry of Defence establishment, but not part from a TA unit or a regular unit or a depot. I'm just saying, sorry, not happening.
Yeah,
just not happening. When you can moan as much as you want. Joe Public can moan as much as they want. That is what they do.
Yeah.
And if Joe Public don't understand what it is, I'm sorry, but some of these Joe Public, you want to start looking into what they do know, because some of them don't know nothing.
No, you're right.
I haven't seen them. I haven't seen Simon. I haven't seen Simon. So, Rev, I haven't seen Rev on. I don't know when he's coming. I don't know what's happened to him.
Well, he popped up a little video. I think it was earlier this morning or last night. No, this morning he popped up a video saying that he went out last night, which is why he didn't do a live last night. He went out and went back to his with a few friends, and they because he just bought a guitar, isn't he? He wants to learn to play the guitar.
I'm glad he's doing all right. You're doing all right. I love the show, but what do these people really want? The data protection act, that's a load of nuts and bolts. If these adults are going into these, the kids will say, well, why are you doing it? Because you're asking for trouble. You're asking to get done or whatever. But they won't. They will never learn, because that's the way kids are today. Oh, he was a nice kid. He got done, or he got
Yeah.
But what's going on?
Kids today, unfortunately, have had so much influence outside of the family. That it's created these little monsters that we see. These. Not all of them. Grant. I've got to say, not all of them, but
some of them are brilliant.
It's created a bunch of feral, confused feral kids. Is what it is.
Yes.
Created.
I mean, why do you send? Yeah, well, you're correct. I totally agree. Why do you send two females to go and do a job like that? You normally send the you might send the riot squad.
We saw it. I don't know if you watch Marty Blackburn. He was in Liverpool.
No, I haven't seen it, mate.
Right. Well, he was in Liverpool a while back. He got arrested in Liverpool for going and visiting a hotel. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about when I say going and visiting a hotel. Totally. Anyway, he got arrested, right? And what was I going to say? Oh, fuck me, he's gone. No, come back. Shit.
What's it done now?
No, my brain sometimes just it's like somebody wipes it. It's like a crash. like a blue screen of death
It's like,
in my head.
I know what you're saying. Basically, what you're saying is he's filmed something, and the security and the people don't like it.
That's what I was going to say. There was about 6 police cars turned up, 5 or 6 police cars turned up, right, to deal with 3 or 4 people with cameras. There was no physical interaction between people. It was, I mean, they were talking and stuff, but there was no physical interaction going on. Nobody touched anybody, as far as I can remember or tell. But half a dozen police cars turned up. But then you've got a situation where the police have been told that there's a large group of youths who have attended to a planned fight with bottles and stuff, and all they do is send 2 police bints. I mean,
no, it's just not going to happen.
It doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, it doesn't. No. And another thing these people do is, I think it was in the Houses of Parliament. When I left, I signed and another load of people that don't know about it. Some people do, but they work for certain defence contractors. The Official Secrets Act. That is, that's it. You know, you say anything, that's it. You're going down the road, because the Official Secret Act covers everything but the kitchen sink. It even covers that as well. I mean, you get the HMP. Oh yeah, HMP. What's that? That's nothing. You know, stuff where I used to work. No, I can't do that. Now, it's just what's going on. It is until you actually, what's the word we're looking for? Until you actually drop dead, the Official Secrets Act covers everything but the kitchen sink.
Yes.
You know, but people want to go and break it. Well, you're going to go down the road. It's the same as everybody else wants to do this. Oh, we can't do that. We can't do that. But that's how it's going to be. And some people say, what did you do, or what did you do? And you say, well, no, sorry, it's just not happening. And people keep asking you, and you have to basically tell them to what's it to you? Well, you know the multi-mitties in our community want to be soldiers that have never been soldiers, and people that have got medals that have never worn them, because the medals you get, what they don't tell you is at the end of the day, the medal office that issue them, everybody in the army or in the army cadets, air cadets, navy cadets, everybody that serves is an adult or in that type of bit of reserve, they've all got army numbers. And if you haven't got an army number, the army number is underneath on the medals. So wear them. Say, what's your army number? Because it say, well, it should be Britain like they do in America. If you're a multi-meter, you're going to go down the road. Simple as that.
Yeah.
You know, if a guy, it's just, what rights have we got being veterans? We've got none. No rights at all.
No, they don't care, do they? Don't care about.
No, they don't. But
we know
you go to some of these, you go to some of these big ex-army bases. They've got MOD properties that are boarded up and all that. But hang on, why don't you give them a couple of that? You know, people. They'd love it. They'd jump at it. They really would. You know, and it takes you 3 or 4 weeks to get 2 weeks to get an appointment to see a doctor or whatever. Where's it going? It's going down. I think it's gone down a drain. And as for France, well, don't get me started on that. That's another story. But they really should start looking after our veterans, because I don't know. I'm going to one in London this year, but I'm definitely going. But where's it going to go? You know, they coppers, as they say in the mob. If you take that badge and you wear that badge and you go for all the bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Policemen today shouldn't, if they can't carry a gun and you don't, and 26 years old, that's young. That's like, well, hang on. You know, when we used to get it drilled into you. Whatever you do, you go like bang, 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 click. Because you knew that if you had 10 rounds in the magazine, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, click. You knew there's none in the magazine and there's none in the breech.
Yeah.
But they still, I mean, the police today use wooden bricks. wooden blocks. We didn't use wooden blocks when we went Northern Ireland training. We used house bricks.
Oh, when they throw them at them for riot training and stuff, you mean?
Yeah, well, when they threw petrol bombs and house bricks, or the rubber bullets they used to use, there was a case where I was in that part of the world where a guy actually picked up a gun. I didn't have his body armor on. Actually shot him in the chest and actually killed him.
Yeah.
That's why they changed they got everything there. It's just, I say, oh no, you can't do that. Well, I'm sorry, at the end of the day, policemen, that's what policemen sign up for. They all right, some of them do. You carry a gun, you've got to be prepared to get paid the money. You carry the gun because it pays well. So they say. Well, I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, you pull that trigger, you'll go down the road.
Yeah.
You know, don't care what anyone says. You pull that trigger, the bullet's probably about 27p or 20p. But that bullet has killed that guy because he's got mum and daddy or kid or whatever. I don't know. But you think, well, hang on, it works both ways. It really does, you know.
Yeah.
I
know people have argued with me over this, and I've always said that if you've got, the armed police always go around in pairs, right? They're always in pairs. Okay, not like normal plods who can go around on their own. These are always in. Well, I say armed police. Obviously, we've got a lot of police that carry tasers, which ultimately means they're armed. But the firearms officers, I hate using that fucking word, but firearms officers will always go around in pairs. Now, if they arrive at a situation, right, and you've got one of them with a live round, or they've both got live rounds on them, okay, but one of them has also has a non-lethal round or weapon on them as well, okay. So you've got one that's got a live, is pointing live ammunition at somebody, and you've got another one who jumps out, and the first thing they do is they go for the non-lethal. Okay, and that way, if
they use the minimum, and the lethal is the very last resort.
Yeah, exactly.
The very last resort. It's the same as in the plod. Plod is totally different to what the Metropolitan Police is.
Yeah,
totally different. Even the British Transport Police or the Civil Nuclear and Atomic Research Agency. What about the Nuclear Convoy Police? They're another thing they don't tell you about them. You won't hear a squeak out of them. Not a squeak, because I don't even tell the local plod. Well, we're coming through. Well, everybody wants to. You don't advertise it. Not when you can't keep like that about. And they get the nuclear protesters about. Oh, we can't do this. I can just chuck you on the side. Can you imagine it was stop all protesting? No, sorry, think.
Yeah.
And they won't muck about. You play for keeps, mate. That's what we're trained for, and that's what we always were trained for. Even in the Cold War, You
never point a gun. What does that say? They say you never point a gun at somebody unless you're going to use it, unless you're going to pull the trigger. And I
never point a gun in jet.
And I think
you never point a gun in jet.
Yeah, there's that. Obviously, that as well. I think you should never point a gun at somebody if you're not prepared for the consequences of fucking up.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared for the consequences of fucking up as well as doing your job. And if you can't do that, then you shouldn't be doing the fucking job.
Well, we never in the 80s. It's a different ball game in them days, but I don't know. Luckily, I never had to pull the trigger where I worked, but it did come across quite. I did Greenham Common. That was a bit of a pigsty. But anything else is, I don't know what the police are going to do, but I feel sorry for the policemen that can do the job today, and everybody J Public's moaning like anything. I said, no, we don't know about this. Well, you go and do it. Go and Jackson, don't do your Monday job. Let him go and do the Monday job, and I'll go and do your job. Can they handle it? I don't know. That is another story, my friend. I'll let someone else get on, mate.
No worries.
Take care.
You look after yourself, mate.
Okay, mate. Bye, mate.
See you
Bye.
soon. Ta-ra, mate.
Bye.
Mickey, thank you very much, by the way. The problem with this lower section of my face is Hang on. Hello, caller.
All right, mate.
Hello, mate. Can you just give me 1 second while I respond to somebody very quickly in the comments?
Yeah, no problem.
So Mickey, thank you for the donation. And yeah, the problem with my facial hair is that it's quite sparse. There's larger gaps between the hair follicles on my face than there is on my head, and so it looks.
I've
really
got a problem with your facial hair.
It looks stupid. So, but yeah, I have to keep some hairs to hide the 3 chins that I've got. So you know,
I don't give a fuck about that.
Everyone sees it. Hello, caller. How you doing?
I'm Mick. I'm a Scouser, you know what I mean? I'm not the biggest fan of police.
A Scouser, not being a fan of the police, never.
Yeah.
Don't believe a word.
The last call you had on, he's saying about the fella with the shooting of the black lad that tried to run the car into people.
Yeah.
And I totally agree. I totally agree with the police. If someone's robbing a car into someone, then they need to shoot them.
The problem is, Mick, is that as far as I'm aware, there hasn't been actually any evidence of that Chris Kabar actually trying to ram the car into them. From the reports that I've read, that Chris has gone around the corner, and I'm not sticking up for him, by the way, okay? Because he wasn't a good lad. He was a bit of a shit, you know, from all accounts. He was in a vehicle that had been seen or that had been linked to a firearms offence the day before, you know. So, you know, but apparently the police were following him with no lights or sirens. He's pulled into a road, and as he pulled into a road, so they've coordinated it, obviously. As he's pulled into this road,
of course, yeah,
firearms unit is there, nose to nose, and they've touched it. The cars have touched. Now,
yeah,
from the picture that I showed earlier from the news report, the cars are still touching. Now, it's going to be impossible for him to drive at the police whilst the nose of the cars are touching. But the police did say that he tried to drive towards them. And the report says that the 2 vehicles were touching nose to nose. So, again, we've not seen the evidence. It is quite possible that he did.
I totally agree. We haven't seen the evidence, but
no.
From what I've read, is he's tried to reverse and also put the car forward as well into the other cars.
Right.
So he's obviously trying to get out of the situation.
True, if that's true, then absolutely I'll stand with the copper, because I would.
Yeah.
If somebody was driving their car at me, that's a lethal, dangerous weapon that they're aimed at me and they're going towards me. I would do whatever it takes in order to stop that person. I would do that, and I wouldn't. If the evidence was there that is what happened, then I can't say that the police were in the wrong. I mean, shooting him in the head was probably a bit much. You could have shot him maybe in the trunk, so to speak.
Yeah, definitely.
But if that's what he's done, then I can't stick up for the guy. And that's not what when I talk about it, that's not what I'm trying. I'm not trying to stick up for the lad. My point is that if there was a more non-lethal way of trying to prevent the vehicle from escaping, and there was a car in front and a car behind, so we've seen it many times. The police will sometimes go up behind a car and then push it into the car in front so that it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, just to neutralise the situation. Exactly. Yeah.
So obviously they could have done that to prevent him from trying to drive at them if he did. But again, the fact that he's dead, and in that particular instance he hadn't done anything wrong, I think I think the police have to take responsibility for that.
But also, he was driving a car that was that's been tagged as he's been tagged as a car with a firearms incident.
Yes, yeah. I know people who have had their car tagged with things like that, and for drugs, and they've had nothing to do with any of them. It
wasn't his car, though, was it?
No, it wasn't. No.
So the car that he was driving was tagged. So it's like me saying,
if I drive a drug dealer's car or a gangster's car,
Yeah.
and then I get chased by the police, and then I try to start trying to, you know what I mean? Just drive through police blockades.
Yeah.
You've got to get shot, haven't you?
You've got to put up with the consequences of your actions. Absolutely. I don't disagree with
course,
that whatsoever. Yeah. I've just been asked or you've just been asked in the comments, are you a red or a blue?
I'm a red.
Is a red Imjin?
I'm a red one.
No, somebody in the comments called Imjin has asked if you're Everton or Liverpool.
Imogen, I'm red.
So
I was watching the video. Well, I'm watching the live stream at the moment, but I put it on pause so I don't want to mess up with the call.
Right. No worries. No, it's as I say. I mean, if somebody does something wrong, I mean, people's actions result in consequences. Okay, so if you run from the police,
Of course, yeah.
Even if you're not guilty of something, if you run from the police even for a laugh, you're going to get tackled. You're going to end up banged up and bruised. Okay.
Exactly.
But the point is how much force the police use in order to stop you, for example, for whatever reason. And I think in this case, I think the gunshot to the head was excessive.
I think the gunshot to the head was excessive myself. Like, but I in no way I am sanctioning the police, but I think that with him, what he's done is trying to ram the police or ram, and then reverse and then get out of the way.
Yeah,
he's brought it on himself.
Yeah, play silly games, win silly prizes, as they say.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, you put it better than me, but as I say, I don't think he should have. It's his own fault for him what he's done. Like the police, I have to say, the police are fucking. I don't like the police myself.
Yeah.
But I think they done a good job at the time. From what I've heard.
Again, I've not seen every bit of news reporting on it. I've not seen the evidence that is claimed to have happened, and the police vehicle is going to have a dash cam. They all have all the police vehicles, police units have dash cams.
So they should release that footage.
They should, yeah. If Chris Kabar rammed them or drove towards them, then they should be showing that. But they may be using that as evidence in this now upcoming court case.
Well, I think that's what they're going to use. They're going to use, we'll use that as evidence, so we're not able to release it.
Yeah, so, quite possibly.
Yeah, that's what they're...
Quite possibly. But again, we're going to have to wait and see how that pans out.
Yeah.
Whereabouts in Liverpool are you?
Right by Liverpool City Centre, by the Royal.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. You're up in Crosby, aren't you? Oh, Midland or somewhere like that.
Yeah, Seaforth.
Seaforth, yeah.
Yeah. Shithole. Although it's quiet, my road is quiet, to be honest. There's the odd police attendance for some of the local residents, but other than that, it's dead quiet around here. It's
Yeah, it's the same around here. It's nice and quiet, but everyone thinks Liverpool's a shithole, but it's not.
It just depends where you go, doesn't it? Depends where you go.
Yeah.
Same as anywhere. Some places are going to be decent. Some places are going to be fucking feral. Like Norris Green.
Exactly.
I wouldn't go.
Yeah, Norris Green. Yeah, exactly.
Norris Green. I remember going to Norris Green once. I used to do door-to-door sales, and
oh yeah,
yeah. And I was in Norris Green, and I was actually doing fundraising for the Dogs Trust.
Oh yeah.
And I was in Norris Green, and this woman's come over to us because we was wearing these like yellow tops that said Dogs Trust on, and this woman's come over to us, and she's gone, "Can you help me?" And we was like, "What's the matter?" And she goes, "My dog's got off the lead and it's in the park." And we're like, "We'll go and get it then." And she goes, "I can't because of the people." It's in Norris Green, in the park in Norris Green. I don't know if it's still there or not. I've not been there for years. There's like a changing room, like a brick building in the park, like a changing room for football.
I don't know.
And she goes, "I can't go and get them because the lads by the changing rooms. I was like, what are you talking about? I said, just go get your dogs. She goes, no, she goes, I can't go on my own. I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. So I've gone walking over, and as I walked past his changing room, I heard these voices behind me. There was about 15 lads there with screwdrivers and shit digging away at the concrete, and they've all just stopped and stared at me. And I just looked at them, and I just thought, fuck, standing there with screwdrivers scraping concrete, get a fucking job. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, loads of cob shite. You know what I mean?
But I wouldn't want to walk around there of a night time on my own, that's for sure.
How long have you been? How long have you been in Liverpool? Though?
Nearly 20 years now.
So, do you really think? Well, you've been here 20 years. You know, Liverpool's a fucking nice place. You know what I mean?
There's some very nice places. Absolutely, some very nice places. Even some of the more deprived areas might not look particularly nice, but they're a nice place. The community,
nice place with nice people. You know what I mean?
The community.
When I was a kid, right? I remember when I was a kid, like, do you know the south end of Liverpool, like Toxteth and all that.
Yes.
And people would turn around and say, "Oh, I'm not going down there." Because I think, because I'm a white lad, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not going around there.
I remember.
You know what, I worked around there. Right? I started working around there. This was when I was 17. I was shitting myself. And honest to God, it's the nicest fucking area in the world. You know what I mean? The most friendly people.
Tocky is the first place I met Purple Aki.
Oh, yeah, Purple Aki, yeah. Oh, I remember when I was a kid, I was only about fucking 40 years of him, walking around with his HMV bag. And we used to take the piss out of him and run away. You were only kids, you know what I mean?
Let's feel your muscles, lads.
Yeah, we were only about fucking 13, 14, so we never had anyone on us. But he was a little fucking, we used to just fucking terrorise him.
Yeah.
And I feel a bit sorry for him because wherever he goes, he's getting fucking terrorised in Liverpool. Yeah. That's why he had to move out to Liverpool.
Bless him.
Bless him. He calls the fella the fucking near die on the fucking railway, to die on the railway.
Yeah. What was that about? I don't remember that.
Oh, he chased it. That's the old reason he got the moniker Purple Aki, because he chased the kid onto a railway. He was trying to play with his muscles. He chased the fella onto the fucking railways, and the kid died.
Oh, fuck!
And the lad was only about 18 or something like that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's how Purple Aki got his fucking nickname.
Oh, I didn't know
that's how he got locked up as well. Yeah, well, yeah. If you send me some details, I'll send you all the shit about him.
Well, I've got an email address in the description of the video. If you want to chat an email,
okay,
you can do that.
Yeah, no worries.
Fine.
All right, nice speaking to you. Anyway,
yeah, and you. Thanks for the call.
I was trying. Well, take your number if you want to speak to me again. I was trying to think about the other subjects I was trying to talk about, but I've got stuck off on a tangent with the
Sorry. Probably my fault for mentioning stuff that wasn't relevant to what you was calling.
No, I was watching you. To be honest, I was watching your video, and then the other caller that you had on before me, and I absolutely got took off on a tangent there.
Oh, fucking hell. All right, man. Listen, appreciate the call. And welcome to the channel. I don't know how long you've been watching the channel for, but I know this is your first time. I've been watching the channel
for a while now.
This is your first time calling in, though, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, thanks for the call. I appreciate that. And
all right,
look forward to speaking to you again. Take it easy.
All right, speak to you in a bit.
Bye-bye. Right, we can definitely get another call in if anyone wants to call. 01515289590. So I don't think I've ever had a Scouser phone me up that's been a dick, to be honest. I mean, I don't have that many Scousers phone. Well, no, actually, there was one. But out of everybody, I think I've only ever had one Scouser that's called in that's been a dick. And to be fair, I rarely have any bad interactions with Scousers. he's right what he says. People think that Liverpool's a shithole, and yes, there are a lot of feral kids in certain areas, but it's just the same as anywhere else you live. But there are some really decent places, and to be fair, the community spirit up in Liverpool is far better than from where I'm from. Bobby Crush? Who's Bobby Crush? A long story. All right. We'll catch up another time on that one then. Right. Are we going to get any more calls in? But I'm not going to. Don't want to force people to phone in if you don't want to. But if we're not going to get any more calls in, then I'll flip over onto the panel, and we'll get some more faces up, so you don't have to keep looking at this ugly mug. Whereabouts are you, Carmen? I mean, on my road, there's no community on my road, but just 2 roads away, when you had things like the Queen dying and Big Ears being, made king and stuff like that, the whole road gets out. They've got banners, they've got banners up on across the lampposts. They've got a DJ. They've got fucking all sorts of stuff going on. Do you know what I mean? So there are, some places up here go all out when it comes to community, far more than I've ever seen anywhere else I've lived, to be fair. Norfolk's quite a nice area. Well, some of Norfolk's quite a nice area. All right. Okay. Well, with that done, let me expand that. That sounds rude. Right. Okay. Well, with that done, guys, let's get the panel going. A link is now in the description. Let me just pin that as well. So if you want to jump up on the panel, by all means, click that link. And I don't need to go for a piss just yet, by the way, which makes a change. But if you want to jump up on panel for a while, feel free. We'll have a little game of questions, a bit of Trivial Pursuit game later, or Trivial Knowledge, sorry, not Trivial Pursuit. So we've got some trivia cards here, which we will do a bit later on. And it'll be nice to have potentially people that haven't been on before come on the panel this evening. It would be nice to see some people that we haven't seen before, because I'm sure, just like looking at my ugly mug, you probably get just as bored looking at this one as well. Hello, Rog.
Oh, hello. Talking of ugly mugs. Hello.
How are you, buddy? Oh, I'm all right, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. I had a kip this afternoon, so I was ready for tonight. We had some of the family round for dinner, so I left them to it halfway through and went to bed.
As you know, I had a little snooze earlier. I was panicking because normally I don't go to bed. I don't go to sleep that late on a Sunday. So I was worried I was going to sleep through again. But thankfully, I woke up just in time. So So yeah, all good.
Right, so we did see the message on Discord, and we both said, well, we'll give you till about 1:15. If we ain't heard from you, then we'll give you a bell.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm awake.
Right. I will. By the way, just because I've let a few people up without authenticating them first, these are only because I know who's these. I know these channels, and I do my checks before they come on. So you may still be asked to confirm oneself in the whilst you're in the back room before you come
not
on.
Not in the religious terms either.
Yeah.
Good evening. How's my sound? All right. Am I coming in your ears? See Peter K.
Oh, you're always in our bloody ears.
You're loud.
But we only ever see half your face. You're like a frigging Chad.
Normally we can hardly hear you. You're very loud today.
I'll go back into my settings and adjust them. Just bear with me.
That flag behind you doesn't say. This is a few K's on there. What's that? Oh, right. Okay.
I'm revisiting 2016. The old days when the internet was always been crazy, but not as crazy as it is nowadays.
Blue Bottle, can just give us a wave. Yeah, I thought it was you because as soon as I said your name, you stopped. You paused a bit to listen. So, yeah, I thought it was you at that point. Hello, my friend.
All right.
Yeah, not so bad. How are you?
Not too bad. EDS is playing up a bit with this wireless, but other than that, I'm doing fine.
Glad to hear it. So, anything anybody wants to talk about?
I thought this online safety bill has been worrying me. I just think it's coincidental that Russell Brand's been done and at the same time they've rushed this bill through Parliament. My opinion on it is that if you have got access to the internet and you want to protect children, then you should be vigilant about what they're getting access to on the internet. Isn't it bad enough that they taught all of the crap and nonsense in schools without you giving even more power to the state to regulate what children can get up to? I mean, I know some parents that won't even give the children smartphones. They've got a burner phone. They've got a pay-as-you-go phone for receiving text messages, sending text message, and engaging in telephone conversations.
No, I've said exactly that to women that I've been in relationships with in the past. Yes, I have been in relationships in the past, believe it or not. And when their children have gone, oh, I want a phone, and they've gone out and they're going, oh, look at this phone, it's got all these functions on, and I'm like, look, why? Number one, they lose them and break them, okay, often. Right, they're kids, right? So they're going to lose and break them often. Right. Number two, it costs a fucking fortune. Okay. Number three, all these parents go, but they get bullied at school. Well, then the school can deal with that. If they get bullied, then we'll go to the school and then we'll deal with that. Right?
Why will they get bullied at school? Because they've not got the latest iPhone or the apps or something. Is it one-upmanship?
They're not wearing a dress and identifying as something they're not.
Yeah, it's exactly that, loafer. I mean, I've these Canada Goose coats that are like £300. I've known women I've been with to turn around and say, I'm going to get the kid a Canada Goose. What the fuck are you doing that for? They're going to school. They're rolling around in shit, play fighting and all the rest of it. It's going to get fucking ruined. Are you mad? And they're like, but they'll get bullied. Well, they won't get fucking bullied. If they do, I'll go to school for
We used to get leather patches sewn on our knees and elbows.
Yeah.
Because the old man couldn't afford the 2-3 pairs of trousers a year for school.
Well, if it's a case of one-upmanship and I've got this phone and I've got this fancy coat and all that stuff, why don't you just stick to a strict school uniform policy? I mean, I've got my reservations about that because the first time I saw children marching about in uniforms, it was in an old black and white film reel, but I couldn't understand what they were saying because they were all speaking German. But the thing is, there's a school...
Well put in there, yeah.
There's a school in London which has got loads of kids from the inner city, from all different ethnic backgrounds, and a lot of working class kids. A lot of these kids at this school are graduating and going onto university degrees. So, well, that might be another whole different bloody kettle of fish. But the headmistress insists that they hand over their mobile phones when they go in, and she gives them back at the end of the day. And these kids, like I said, working class kids, coming from all different ethnicities, religious backgrounds, they're doing really well in this school. And the headmistress, she's rated as one of the strictest headmistresses in the country. You might have heard of her, Catherine Burble Singh. She's a Canadian woman. She's
that's not a Canadian name.
She's a Sikh as well. So you can't criticise her because she's an immigrant and she's a woman of colour. So she gets privilege points, but she's still jumped on upon because she's one of, and she gets good results out of the kids because she instills discipline in them. Just like the small mustachioed man from the 1930s did. So it's a balancing line, isn't it?
Smartphones for kids in school, I think, is very detrimental. Right? They go to their lesson, they come out of their lesson as they're walking to their next lesson. They're going through TikTok. They're completely forgetting what they've just been taught. They're going through TikTok and commenting on social media, slagging their mates off on social media or whatever. Messaging their friend in the next class. All of that kind of stuff, right? If kids were only allowed to have brick phones in school, okay, that would stop the bullying. Number one, that would stop the kids from being on their phone at the back of the class and shit like that, right? I think it would be far better for if kids had to have phones. They're only allowed the brick phones in school, and they've got to be turned off while they're in school. Right, it's there for on the way and on the way home, and if there's an emergency.
I would say if they're intending to give them what I would class as an education, they shouldn't be allowed the phones in school, not in class.
No, anyway. I agree with that, Roger.
Well, that's what I said. You can't. The problem is you can't take everyone's phone off them and then give it back to them at the end of the day. That would be would be.
You make it a school rule that they're not allowed in the classroom.
Or the phone's
not even
off.
allowed in the school because they're a distraction from what you're there for.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, because of
the way things are, kids, in a way, a lot of kids need the phone for protection in case something happens.
Here's one for you. How many adults in the chat here sleep with their phone by their bed? There you go. Answer that. See how many people do.
I do.
How many in the chat? There's 176 of you in the chat. How many of you sleep with your phone within reach of your bed?
I don't have a landline, so I have to have, if my phone goes on silent mode automatically from 11 o'clock at night. I don't get any notifications. I've only got 2 numbers that are allowed to phone through that as a security setting. And one of them's your number, Roger, and the other one's Holly's.
Yeah, for emergencies, yes.
Yeah, but my phone goes next to my bed. It's off. It doesn't light up. It doesn't show any notifications. It doesn't make any sound. It just stays blank apart from the time on the screen. And that's it. And that's all I use it for when I'm in bed.
It was just an interesting question. I mean, the follow-up to that would be how many people answer social media alerts when they're in bed at night?
No.
Oh no, not if it goes off not if I put my phone down and said, right, that's it, I'm going to bed now. It stays down. I'll check it the following day.
Yeah.
Then I
used to have mine by the side of my bed when we knew, well, for about a year that we knew my mum was going to die. That was the last time that I ever had my phone by the bed. The only other time was, I think, after speaking to you one day, Dan, you weren't very well, so I said, I'll keep the phone. But Heather's always got hers by the bed. But she won't answer it at night unless it's a specific number.
Yeah.
No, it was just a question.
It's an interesting question. It's not something I've thought of. But as I say, I think that it's impossible to take phones from kids when they go into school. So it would have to be it's off. If you're caught with your phone on, then your phone gets taken off you till the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's far easier.
We used to get taken off us was flick knives. But there again, we weren't even allowed calculators in the classroom. So.
It's been invented.
Yeah, I think this online safety bill, so you got rid of anonymity. What would happen to all the whistleblowers, the people that are, Russell Brand's been saying a lot of very, shall we say, controversial things recently. I just think it's a coincidence that they've taken him down when they had all the evidence on him. He lived a very, very, shall we say, loose lifestyle, you know, indulgence, drug addict, booze addict, sex addict, and he's written about it openly. And they've just got this bill through Parliament while everybody's talking, everybody's distracted about Russell Brand. So basically, if you haven't got your whistleblowers, where would the Julian Assanges and the Ed Snowdens or the Chelsea Mannings of this world be? You know, talking about what our governments have been getting up to. I mean, we've already got a need for secrecy. The government can't tell you everything that they're getting up to. But when you find out that they've been getting up to really bad stuff and they've been lying to you and they're getting away with it, I mean, well, they have to speak, I don't know, about the last 2 years, what things have been exaggerating about, shall we say, in my opinion, and they're getting away with it. So basically...
you like the cock up with the second one that they tried to put through under the same smoke screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, John McAfee as well. I mean, I've got his antivirus
energy bill through for Royal Ascension, and 2 days later he's there announcing that no, we're not going to do what the energy bill is there to enforce.
It all seems very convenient.
Put that on hold as well. It just seemed bloody ridiculous, you know.
Yeah,
one day he's threatening to arrest people, fine people for not following the codes with the new eco in the house that he's put in place. And then 2 days later, he's saying, oh, no, we're not going to do that anymore. But that act's gone through. It's just waiting for Ascension.
And the same thing is that the woman that pushed it through, she overstepped her ministerial guidance by putting it through, Dinage woman. And it's just coincidental that it's either a former husband, ex-husband, or present husband. I don't know what the marital status is at the moment. Who is head of the 77th Brigade. We're actually listening.
Yeah. Well, she's the main protagonist in the Brand thing.
Yeah, Peter Hitchens and Julia Hartley Brewer who are on the 77th Brigade.
Basically, what they've done, they've said he's guilty until proved innocent, and they've openly showed that through the media. So he's been convicted before he's even been tried.
2 things. Joel Barnes has said they tried to assassinate Trump numerous times. Now, I don't know about assassinating him. I know they're trying to assassinate his character, because that's the easiest thing to do. It's easier to assassinate somebody's character than it is to wipe them out completely, I think. But obviously everything that they're doing to Trump, from what I can tell, is a targeted scheme to prevent him from being able to run for president again. And also Bearded Vet says, if you want proof that it's not about the victims, ask yourself where the chair of the culture committee was when Schofield and Hugh Edwards were accused.
Yep.
Which is very true. Yeah. You know, all of these things.
I said it in a video. I liked it to the Johnny Depp case. Everybody persecuted him. Everybody fucking cancelled him. Look what happened.
Yeah. Well, I can't say that he hasn't done anything wrong because none of us know. Okay, There's a lot of people that are saying he has. There's a lot of people saying he hasn't. There doesn't seem to be many people in that grey area. You know, there are people there, but there doesn't seem to be many people in that grey area. They're either 100% against him or 100% with him.
We've seen it in Hollywood lately. One person stands up because they think they can get another 15 minutes of fame out of it. Boom, yeah. The rest will come up. I mean, that 16-year-old that was on there. Oh, I was 16. He was picking me up from school. What did she become through that notoriety for being associated with him? A fucking model. Right. Because she was associated with him at 16. That's the only reason she became a model.
Yeah. So
because they offered her it at the time.
Yeah, it's all. I mean, look, I've been quite open on this channel about myself. I've been accused of that of one of those things twice. Both times I'm the one that went to the police both times. Okay, it wasn't that I was with women that accused me of that and then they went to the police. These women said it to other people that I had done one of those things. And when I found out, I went to the police about it and said, hang on a minute, look, this is what's happening. You need to fix it. And to be fair, in both cases, the police have been really good. I shit myself because what you get labelled with that shit and you're fucked for life, like Russell Brand's going to be, right? But I went to the I went to the police and I said to them, look, fix this because it's bullshit. The first one, within half an hour, they dealt with it, and the woman had told them that she said it because she was angry. The second one, the police looked at it and they no further actioned it because the woman who made the accusation obviously hadn't gone to the police about it. She was just telling other people. But I, again, I'm the one that phoned the police and said, look, I'm being accused of this. You need to deal with it because, you know, that's fucking slanderous and defamation and all the rest of it. And they NFA'd it, you know, but I know what it's like to be accused of that thing, not in the sense that Russell Brand is or that other famous people are, but I find it very hard to I find it hard to sit here and go one way or the other without actual evidence. The documentary didn't actually have any real evidence in it, as far as I'm concerned. Nothing that they could say was conclusive. It was you got some actresses embellishing a story, and that's what actresses do. They embellish, actors and actresses. They embellish stories. They make it. You know, they put all of their acting skill into it, right? So when somebody goes, you know, this happened to me. I was a victim of domestic abuse, for example. Then they'll get an actress on there and they'll say, right, play it up for the camera. Right. So it sounds a lot worse than it may well have been in the first place because it's a fucking actress. And when you've got people saying, I'm making an accusation, but I'm not going to tell you who I am. I mean, that alone has to ring alarm bells. Do you not think?
Yeah, that's just mainstream media. It's the way they operate, isn't it?
We have the right to face our accusers every time. And if somebody's making accusations against you of that magnitude, then they should be making those statements publicly, or at least, you know, I'm the person who he's done this to, and I'm making a statement about it. But they're not. So what's going on?
Well, it's gotten to the point now where I don't take actors and actresses seriously anyway. Did you see the banquet that Macron threw with Prince Charles the other night? And that mid-witted floppy dimwit that was in Notting Hill was there, along with prick Jagger. Anyway, Hollywood's completely full of shit. Plenty of expensive drugs and perverted kinky sex. If you're going to be completely full of shit, you might as well enjoy your work.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it goes back to the old Hollywood days, doesn't it? You've got to give a little head to get ahead. It's the business.
The casting couch. The casting couch. Oh, we're back to Harvey now, aren't we? Back to Harvey Weinstein.
Yeah. If it don't fit, nobody will kiss it. You don't get the part.
How many young starlets came out of the woodwork saying he touched me as inappropriately as well? Pity me, pity me. By the way, I'd love a role in your next movie. Look at me, I'm a victim. There wasn't as much outrage for the victims of Rotherham, Rochdale, Telford, or many other cities.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, and again, you know, this is supposed to have happened, 10 years ago? Maybe longer?
A bit longer.
The word hypocrisy and double standards comes to mind, and I can't stand
Absolutely, Lothar. Absolutely, mate. They're happy to do it at the time because they're getting what they want out of it. Now they're getting nothing.
But like you just mentioned there as well, Rotherham, you know, nobody made this much fuss over, you know, or the people in power, should we say, never made that much fuss over the poor kids in Rotherham and Rochdale and multiple other places, you know. So why, you know, and they were children.
Well, so I was late jumping on here tonight because I was catching the end of a trigonometry podcast with Maggie Oliver. Resigned her position as a detective sergeant in Greater Manchester Police because of the Rotherham grooming gang scandal. Trigonometry podcast. I've got my issues with Francis Foster and Constantine kissing, but occasionally get some really good guests on. And she was effing and jeffing all over the place. She was told to shut up by Greater Manchester Police. And when it comes to Rotherham, well, 3 of my former customers have been implicated, 2 convicted, and 1 got away for lack of credible evidence. And when I asked one of my valued customers in that town, has anybody ever not paid you for your work or given you a load of crap? And I just mentioned a name and I mentioned where he lived, and this customer's face dropped. And he looked at the floor and I said, oh, one of them. And he looked up at me and nodded. Yeah, the customer's name was Abdul. So it's not all of them, but it's enough to be a problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not joking about it either. I'm not joking about it. I'd say about 25% of my established customers are Pakistani or Bangladeshi Muslims, and I'm very, very, very careful over who I take on work for with regard to new customers or recommendations for obvious fucking reasons.
Yeah. Yeah. I as you say, the hypocrisy and whatnot is unreal when it comes to, all of this stuff. There's no consistency in the way that things are dealt with. They all go on about children and women. They forgot, they soon forgot about the children, didn't they? And started focusing just on the women. As I've just said, what about the poor fucking kids from Rotherham, Rochdale, and all the rest of the places?
Yeah, that copper stood on the front steps of the police station when being asked by the media, and he stood there and said, "We've got 40 years of evidence." And he was just asked a simple question. They said, well, why haven't you fucking used any of it then?
Yeah.
It could have been stopped a long time ago. And it's gotten too big now.
And then 3 or 4 allegations against Russell Brand and the whole fucking arse falls out. The industry.
We know how the state can come down on you and destroy you. The only thing about anybody that needs to raise any issues regarding their class, if you're working class and you're not part of a privileged class because of this social justice mentality, people don't really give a shit. There was an activist that started a street protest movement because everything else that he tried had failed. And apparently the whole lid was blown off this scandal by the Andrew Norfolk of the Times newspaper. We all know who blew the lid off it. The thing is, when you start a street protest movement, you don't know whether it's going to be infiltrated by bad faith actors, the real far right, the real nasty bastards, or even the deep state. And we all know about how the deep state has actually got involved with like Greenpeace and everything. John Wedger blew the lid off that, and other people have blown the lid off it. Other former coppers have blown the lid off how the state infiltrate these street protest movements to deliberately agitate and stir up trouble to discredit the people that founded it. Now, the next thing is, on the subject of that little lad from Luton, he was encouraged to leave the EDL on account of the fact there was some really nasty people getting in with it. And who was it that encouraged that little lad from Luton to leave the EDL? There's another guy that's got dumped off most of the mainstream media, and he used to have a Saturday and Sunday morning show on LBC Radio, Majid Nawaz. Now, I've read his autobiography. I like Majid Nawaz. He's completely been unpersoned, just like they're doing to Russell Brand. He popped up on a James Delingpole upload, which is still on YouTube. A little bit like Neil Oliver popped up a few weeks back. Now, like I said, the line between good and evil is a line that runs through the heart of every single human being. And I treat people as individuals, but I'm very skeptical about when they gather together in groups because they tend to take the brains out of their heads. They don't act as individuals. They have this herd mentality. So when you shove a lot of different cultures together in close proximity, you better be ready for some fucking trouble. Look at all that shit it kicks off between the Hindus and Sikhs and the Muslims in Leicester a couple of months ago. We're not allowed to talk about that because apparently diversity is our strength.
Yeah.
I've even got the fucking t-shirt. I've got the fucking Sock Just t-shirt. It's a piss take on the ink sock. Freedom is peace, ignorance is whatever, the George Orwell one. The ink sock. It says Sock Just, and it says religion of peace, trans women are women, and diversity is strength. I suppose it's another fucking t-shirt I'm going to have to start wearing inside out. Anyway, round over. I'm going to kill my camera.
You could put it on the wrong way round and tell them you've put it all behind you.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that. I'm just having a pee. I'll mute myself. Round over.
Right. You shouldn't have said that, Loafer. I need to go for a piss now. Roger?
Oh, yeah, I know.
You're in charge for a moment. It won't be a minute.
Yeah, but who's going to keep me under control? You know what I'm like.
I'm not going anywhere.
No, I actually cover it in the video I'm planning for tomorrow. This one with the Chris Cabba copper.
Yeah.
I mean, in my opinion, if we kill somebody in any way, shape, or form, there's an investigation.
Has to be.
If it comes to court, they've obviously seen something that says something was wrong. We want to take it to court. So why should they be any different? A life has been lost. People want to know why. There was an investigation. If they think somebody's done something wrong, then absolutely it should go to court.
Yeah, well, it goes to a coroner's inquest. That whenever there's the police involved in the death of a member of the public, it has to go to a coroner's inquest.
Yeah. It's, you know, they won't ignore evidence when it's against the public, but they will ignore evidence when it's against themselves. And
they'll do their best. But
yeah.
Some forces, like GMP and Durham and a few other forces,
well,
they will
yeah,
do their damnedest
um,
to suppress the evidence and keep it from the coroner, even though the police are acting for the coroner when they're investigating a death. They're acting under the instructions of the coroner. The chief constable has got no say there.
Yeah. There's too much of it in my mind.
It is. The thing is, Roger, it's been like that for too long.
Yes.
But what is now happening is it should never have been like that. And I've noticed over the years, I mean, I'm 63 now. I've noticed over the years that things like that, I've got a habit of staying hidden for a while, and then it suddenly it starts to come out. The reason it comes out is so it can be dealt with. And this is what I'm seeing happening at the moment.
That's what I've always said.
Well hidden, there's no coming out into the open. The politicians are absolutely shitting themselves.
This shit has been going on for years.
Yeah, no,
I know it because
I'm
an ex-biker. So yeah, I used to take a lot of shit from the law, and I was a hooligan in my cars. But it's only since social media's come about, people started filming. It's been getting out in public, and because there's so much of it in social media, the mainstream media are reacting to it, and that's where it goes boom.
That's right.
You know, and like the things I said during the pandemic in many videos, a lot of this wasn't known about back then. And I said, once the investigations start around everything that's going on, and I mean everything, not just the government, the NHS and shit like that, I said the way the police have reacted about it, there will be investigations over that, and there's going to be repercussions for years. Over the medical intervention, I'll call it, I said we are not going to see the full damage of what this is doing for at least 5 to 10 years.
What is it? Because I've some things I've been keeping up with. What was it? The police opening fire on somebody and there was no justification for it, or what?
No, when back during the protests and that, with the way they treated people then.
Oh, that.
And, you know, when you look at the way they treat people at the protests now.
Well, I was watching one recording of one in central London, and there were some people trying to come up some stairs from the tube station, and there were these bloody tactical support group trying to push them back down the stairs.
Yeah.
Now, you could see from the backside of it on the platform.
Yeah.
The way they were pushing them, they were beginning to lean back like that. Now, if they had gone over, the ones at the back would have fallen and been crushed.
There was a bunch came there was,
which is why I'm at Ibrox Park.
Yeah, well, I used to follow it all simply because I used to watch 2 or 3 streams at a time. There was Tyrant Finder and others. And what I used to do, if the police were kicking off on one of the streams, but they were in a different area to the other, I'd let the other one know where the police were and they were kicking off. Now, they had Tyrant Finder and I think it was about 100 people kettled. in a street from both ends, and they gradually pushed them up against the walls, as it were, you know, to keep them kettled. They held them there for hours. Now, there were office workers that their door for their office came out where they were kettling these people. 2 or 3 of them came out and said, look, we're working there, we're trying to get home, we're nothing to do with this. And the police fucking battened them. All they done was left their office trying to go home after a day's work.
Totally illegal. Totally illegal.
Yeah.
There's a friend of mine, she went down to one in London. They kettled her, and a commander came up on his mounted branch. He came up on the horse and he looked at her and he said, I recognize you. He said, what's your name? She gave him his name. He said, are you any relation to Howard so-and-so? And she went, yes, he's my grandfather. And this commander's attitude changed. He started shouting at the inspectors, and the chief inspector, no, there, go, get rid of this kettle. And this apparently the inspector go, why? He said, do you know where her bloody grandfather is? And he went, no. He said, first, the highest ranking black police officer, he was a bloody assistant chief constable when he retired, Howard. I'll tell you so, I've spoken to Howard on Skype. Hell of a nice bloke. 2 degrees. He's got one in psychology and he's got another one in criminology. Very, very nice bloke.
Yeah, but you know, I said back then, it's we're not going to know the full extent of it for years.
I doubt it very much.
I'd already made my mind up, same as the missus, right from the beginning, that we weren't going to have none of it. I totally ignored it all.
Having said that, I mean, if there was a legal battening and it was recorded and that's been sent into the Professional Standards Director at New Scotland Yard, they'd be very stupid to try and bury it or try and delay it, because people will just keep ringing them up or turning up at Victorian Bank and saying, "Oi, why haven't you started the investigation?" They'll keep happening until they do.
Yeah.
I mean, since Cressida Dick, or as she was being known in the job as Cressida No Dick, she was a dick. Yeah, she tried to cover things up.
Well, I don't know how many the Met have got rid of because they haven't publicised any figures, but I know the figure that the government website put out was there are 1,600 of them under investigation for various offences.
For this one incident.
That's just the Met, though, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, because
they go on about this, you know, with 20,000 coppers down, and they need to hire 20,000 coppers, you know, as Boris said, and all the rest of it. I reckon you could get rid of 20,000 coppers for you know, I reckon there's 20,000 at least across the entire country who shouldn't be there anyway.
But that's why the Met put out these bullshit figures. They said, oh, we've got 21,300 new officers. It's a record number of officers. What they didn't say was 20,000 had already fucking left. So 20,000 of them new ones were just replacing the ones that had fucked off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So all they got is 300 new ones.
Police numbers were reduced by another Conservative MP 10 years previously, or PM 10 years previously. So basically what they're doing is they're only replacing what they've already gotten rid of. And if anything, we need more fucking coppers, proper coppers, not these bloody ones that go right. But obviously there's no equanimity in policing. Now, Sir Robert Peel said the police should police without fear nor favour. Now, it's obvious that they're taking sides. They're picking and choosing. And those people, they're cashing over the fucking bonds.
The police in this country have become politicised.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, no, absolutely spot on, Roger.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say then. The Home Office will go to the police and say, right, we need figures on this particular incident higher. Okay, because we need to show the public that we're doing stuff, right? So we need you to make sure that, for example, non-crime hate crimes are higher than, I don't know, a different type of offence. We need to work on that. So the police, rather than just going, well, fuck you, no, we're not going to do that. because, you know, we are the police and we have to, you know, protect everybody. Rather than doing what you've just asked us to do, we're just going to do our fucking jobs. And we're going to go out and we're going to investigate all the crimes that we can, no matter what it is, okay? We're not going to get involved in non-crimes because that's not our job, okay? We're not going to protect people's hurty fee-fees because that's not our job, okay? If somebody's making threats to somebody, that's completely different to, you know, to hurty fee-fees. And as you say, they've become politicized. I've said this for ages. They've become politicized, and this is because the Home Office turn around and say to the police forces, right, we need a rise in this particular offence because we need to show people that we're dealing with it more than other offences, and other offences get forgotten about or put on the wayside, and then people are suffering because they're not getting the service that they're paying for.
The virtue signal is cheap. Dead easy. Virtue cheap.
Literally, all you got to do is stand up against the government idea. They'll pass a law to debunk it, and also give the police powers to arrest you for doing it. That's the way it works now.
Trouble is, Roger, there are, although they're saying 20,000 have left, I know of others who want to get out.
Yeah.
And they're serving officers.
Yeah, so it's hemorrhaging.
I'll say they are bloody good officers.
Yeah, and they'll be the ones that are just staying there so they can't have their pensions removed. They want their full pensions, so they're being held to ransom. But
what happens is, if you leave early before you reach retirement age, your pension is frozen until you reach retirement age.
Yeah, you don't get instant access.
No. With me, they don't know mine because I was retired on health care because I suffered a knee injury on duty. So. That's why, but no, there are
in financial
very good officers
today. Where are they going to find another job other than thug security?
Well, you know? my cousin's husband, he was an officer with even in Somerset, and he was a beat boy, but he was also a drug swab, and he got fed up with it. He said he said there's too much politics in it.
Yeah.
He said the stress. He said I've nearly crashed a bloody car a few times, and he got out. He's now working as a groundsman on a golf course. He's happy as a pig in shit.
I think there'd be less stress for the police if the police just did what they are supposed to do. I think there'd be less stress for them. Well, they are. Their hands are in many cases. Their hands are tied. Because the government want them to do certain things and not do other things.
Yeah, right.
So I understand that in some cases.
Well, my cousin was a WPC for quite a few years in Bedfordshire. She was a lesbian.
So?
And I'll tell you what, she could bloody handle herself. She was a good, fit girl, like, you know, as it is. And I said, well, was that why you left the police? She said, no. She said, that didn't bother me or anything. We never had any issues with that. She said, it was what they were asking me to do that I didn't agree with. And she said, that's it. I'm not treating people like that. I'm off.
Roger, that's exactly why a lot of officers, young officers, they were being asked to do things they didn't want to do.
They are hemorrhaging at the moment. The police force is hemorrhaging people at the moment.
You are. Yeah, they are, Dan.
And the other thing is they're rushing their training to get them on the front line, which is going to make them just as fucking dangerous as the ones we got now.
Trouble is, 90% of these vehicle seizures, tickets and that, in a tour of duty, which is about a 12-hour shift, 90% of those are unlawful.
Yeah. Yeah, but again, it's a lot of it's to do with numbers, statistics, isn't it?
It's to do with the Home Office trying to say, "Oh, look, aren't we clever? We're in charge of policing." The trouble is, the Home Office handed over policing policy to the College of Policing. Now, the College of Policing have been described as a bunch of failed inspectors. They're not far off it. They're bloody useless.
It's almost as though the politicians are abnegating their responsibility to these quasi-autonomous, non-governmental quangos, basically.
That's it. Basically,
so if the shit hits the fan, you can't blame the politicians. We're blaming the quangos, the people that have been designated with this power over determining policy.
Well,
And it's the same. It's the same in every department. Home Office, they've got Serco with regards to the immigrants. Whatever you said, the College of Policing have got responsibility regarding policing. So the politicians can spout up all they want and shout and bay each other and make animal noises at each other across the fucking across the commons, but nothing ever gets done. It's simple. Somebody's got to take responsibility.
Is pay an industry to carry out what they want doing, so when it fucks up, the politicians don't get the blame for it. The person doing it does.
Janine, sorry, just want to respond to Janine there. She said, it doesn't matter what profession you're in, there will always be the bad apples that spoil it for the majority of decent, hard-working people.
That is true.
That is true, but the problem is, in most industries, most professions, okay, the bad apples will be fucked off very quickly. In most professions. However, within the police, unfortunately, they need people who are narcissistic in some, not all of them, you know, no offense, Blue Bottle, but they need people who have they need some people who have these narcissistic traits, okay, who will just, you know, who like to go out and do the things that they're doing, you know, and they need people that will just do as they're told.
The way I put that is, if you've got a bowl of apples on the table and there's a rotten one there, you remove it in a day. That's the only rotten apple. You leave it there for a week, it will rot the rest of the apples there with it.
Yeah. The problem about people that are very driven and people that do well in life is they feature very highly on the sociopathic and narcissistic traits, but that's going to be directed. If you look at very successful people that dedicate all their life and all their being to actually pursuing one particular directive, they tend to do very, very well. If you've got somebody that's very highly driven in business or commerce, they tend to get to the top because they focus on that and they focus on it, you know, to an extent where they disregard everything else that's going on around them. The problem is with these sociopaths and narcissists is it's not self-directed drivenness. I think they're really being infiltrated by this. Now, I don't know if it's educational social governance policy or this new bloody woke crap, but it's infected them. But those people ordinarily would turn out to be nasty people. Have you ever seen that movie? What was it called? The guy, Christian Bale. He was the stockbroker in America. And he was very, very featured, American Psycho. If you look at people that are very successful, they normally feature highly on this personality trait. But there's something that's infected it over the last 20 or 30 years that has caused them to go full on woke, hence the Keck flag behind me. And I think that to signal their virtue, possibly because they carry a lot of guilt around, to signal their virtue, it's dead easy to jump on this woke shit to deflect away from their failures as human beings.
Well, I just need to change
Brown all over again, because basically he lived his earlier life and he was a horrible, self-indulgent person. Perhaps he's had a Damascene conversion. You know what I mean? He's actually realised he was a bad person and he's trying to make amends for it and he's overdoing it. What about Donald Trump? I mean, how many wives has he had? You know what I mean? How many times has he got to pay off somebody with a fucking divorce procedure? He's a very driven man. He's very focused. People are weird. Honestly, I'm one of them, by the way.
I'm under attack again. Sorry, I'm under attack again.
Oh, dear.
Get a fucking life, you absolute fucking penis. So I've got somebody trying to access my my Gmail. And not only that, I have from 22:36, so less than 10 minutes ago, not long before your McDonald's order is on its way. At 22:37, your McDonald's Liverpool is on its way. At 22:38, your pizza order is on its way. At 22:39, your Pizza Zone order is on its way. At 22:39, your KFC order is on its way. 22:40, your Finnegan's chip shop order is on the way. And at 22:41, your Golden Fry chip shop order is on its way, and your Duval order is on its way. Now, I'm not that fucking hungry. I mean, I appreciate you thinking of me like that, but there's no way I can eat all of that shit. And that there is going to get you, whoever the fuck you are, in a lot of shit because you have now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different establishments you have now ordered food from, wasting their food with fraudulent orders.
And if one of those people investigate it, they'll be able to get his email address or phone number.
They will, because last time the person who done it last time done it through their own account, so they knew who it was anyway. But also, whoever's doing it now, they'll have their IP address, so they can match that IP address with other previous orders, and they'll be able to find out who that is as well. So yeah, well done, dickhead.
Whoever it was, and if they're watching, you can get up to 10 years inside for fraud. So that wasn't very clever, was it?
You do know though, that if it were chicken booner with some roller cola, it would definitely be Peter Kay.
It comes under the trying to attain goods, knowing the payment isn't available or something like that, isn't it?
Oh, you mean
goods by deception, isn't it? Goods by deception.
No, it's not. It's fraud by false representation.
That's it. I know it's something like that.
Yeah, that's Section 2 of the Fraud Act 2006 case, maximum 10 years imprisonment on conviction.
I love the way somebody's sitting there, actually spending their time going through the different menus and ordering food, wasting their time. I mean, why don't you go and spend some time with your family? I mean, how sad must you be sitting there doing this? I mean, come on, man. If you've got no family, is it just you? Has your family disowned you for being a fucking knobhead?
Just don't get the white van man to deliver it because he always gets lost.
And that's his white van man with Battenberg markers on the side.
No, it goes back to one that was coming into the live some time back that was threatening to come round with his white van and he kept getting lost.
Yeah, I've got another one. A kebab shop this time. I don't eat kebabs, by the way, so you're absolutely wasting your time there.
Oh, I do. Send them a
chips. Kebabs, no, I don't eat them. I'm waiting for them all to turn up outside. A line of 20 fucking Just Eat bikes out the front here. I can just see it now.
Oh, deliver an Uber Eats.
All you want to do is have a quick 5 minutes walking around, get all the homeless stood outside waiting for it.
Oh dear.
Hello, I'm from Just Eat. What? Like you joking?
But I didn't think they'd deliver unless they're paid for its source on these things.
It's normally
some of them you have to pay for before, but they do have a cash on delivery option as well. To be honest, the cash on delivery should only be for not approved accounts, but actual accounts. I mean, you can go on to Just Eat, I believe, and order food without having an account, if I remember rightly. And in that case, it should always be, payment first.
Yeah, so, we very rarely have a takeaway. We only have it as a treat, or if you don't feel like cooking, which isn't very often.
We don't.
You don't feel like cooking to give you a night off, or it's either Chinese or an Indian. We use the local ones, and they got their own delivery guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just the problem is not the problem, but the good thing is Just Eat or Uber, whoever this is through. I believe
someone just put in the chat. We're going to be a laugh. See if it all turns up on one delivery bike.
But they'll see, because it goes through Uber or Just Eat. They'll see all of these orders to one place, and they'll know bullshit anyway. So they'll probably try.
They'll put out there's a rave going on.
They'll probably try calling me again at some point, like they did the other week when this happened.
Yeah. Well, they should have it registered. They were going to load it on the computer to discount.
They did for 24 hours. They stopped anything for 24 hours to prevent that from going on. And they'll probably do the same. But the thing is, even if I didn't have my own account, and I have my own account with those with Uber and Just Eat, even if I didn't, they could still get the food sent here anyway. So that's the thing. But ultimately, I just think it's funny. Hang on, just hey.
What we got coming?
somebody, I don't know how they're doing this, to be honest, but on some of these apps, you can message the delivery person. So if you order it through what Just Eat, for example, it comes up with like a phone number, and you can text the delivery driver, right? Well, somebody's sent a message saying, "Knock really loud on the door. I'm live on YouTube." And then the delivery person has said, "Not long now, your pizza order is on its way. Delivery note, okay, I'll knock loud." Oh, this is funny. This is funny. I might even get some free food out of this, because I'll just show them this when he turns up, and I'll go get some.
Do a video of all the places they've used.
It's going to go in the bin. It's going to go in the bin when it goes back. So I'll tell you what, just leave it here.
Do a video of the look on their face when you say, "No, I'm not bloody paying for it."
Yes, Vet, you're absolutely right. Absolutely. Tina's okay. Yeah, I spoke to Tina earlier today. Tina's okay. Yeah, Tina's fine.
What happened there? I haven't heard nothing.
No. Somebody's just asked if Tina's okay. She's not seen her for a while.
No, she's been having tech issues for a little while now.
Yeah.
With her audio and that in particular.
Did you play with her computer?
She's still about, because she's been on Facebook. She's been posting on Facebook.
Yeah, Crafts. We know it's somebody that watches me anyway. We know that. We knew that last time. This never happens on a Tuesday afternoon. This always happens on a Sunday evening now. So they know exactly what they're doing. But again, it's an offence, and therefore all I've got to do is get whichever company this is, and thankfully I've got the number for the company, but it comes up in the text message. So I'll just give them a ring. I'll do it tomorrow. I won't do it now, but I'll give them a ring tomorrow and explain to them, and then they will again put this through their fraud department, which will then contact the police on my behalf. So nice one, knobhead.
Where's DJ Sonic been the last few weeks? I got an homebrew kit of Scottish Heavy in his honour. I put a mash on about 4 weeks ago, and I'm supping it now. He's disappeared off the scene, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've not seen him for a while. I believe he's all right, but yeah.
Again, he has posted one or two things on Facebook, so he is still out there.
Oh, if I find out who it is, Dave, I will. I'll be sure to let everybody know who it was. And I'll find out eventually, because the police will have to let me know.
Well, yeah. Yeah, if they're going to investigate it.
I got a new mic the other week, Bearded Vet, but I've not used it yet. Just want to sit on the desk here, because this one's good, but there's something wrong with it. So when I talk, if somebody starts speaking over me, it cuts me out. And I've tried the noise gate and the compressor and everything else, and it doesn't seem to be fixing it. So I'm just thinking with a new mic, maybe that will help. But I haven't got round to testing it yet, because it means plugging everything and then plugging it all back in and then changing the settings on everything. And I really haven't got the energy to do that at the moment.
Crafts just said they reckon they might know the person that's tried to piss you off and rile you up. It could be told by one of two or possibly three people. It's either that passive-aggressive midwit that likes to plead, "Oh, I'm such an innocent person. Oh, worry about me," and then gets aggressive and does nasty things while he's on a live stream on panel.
Which one's that?
It'll be Henry or Richard, probably.
I doubt it. I don't think it's Henry. To be honest, I've got to be honest there, and he can be.
Richard would have to be ringing from Spain.
Yeah, Richard's in Spain. I think he moved to Spain to escape some of the charges that were against him.
Oh no! Here we go.
Sorry, so that's just slipped out. It just came out. But no, there's 3 people that I can think of at the moment who potentially it might be.
Yeah, I've got almost certain who it is me. But I'm not going to announce it on here because it'll just kick off again.
Yeah, well, as I say, as soon as I find out, because I will find out, but as soon as I find out, I will let everybody know who it was, just to name and shame the devil, just to shame the devil.
And then we can all send them something.
But got to laugh though. As I say, somebody sitting there, you know, we're on here having a chat, having a discussion about, all sorts of different things, and there's somebody sitting there watching me, who clearly doesn't like me, but they're watching my live stream anyway, and spending their time going through.
So thank you for the view. Don't forget to click the like.
So it just, you got to laugh, haven't you? It's just ridiculous.
Oh,
nothing's turned up yet. Some of it said it's on the way 15 minutes ago, and it's not turned up yet.
I'll complain though, eh?
Yeah, I might phone them and say, "Where's my food?" They might give me a discount on the next one.
But they should know by now that you always pay for yours when you order it, when you used to eat takeaways. So.
Oh yeah. I'll always pay at the time of ordering, mate. The thing is, Joseph, it won't be paid for yet. That's the problem. What they've done is they've gone through. They're using one of the delivery companies that allow you to pay on delivery, cash on delivery, and that's unfortunately what they're doing. But that's fine, because what'll happen is eventually they'll have to stop doing that to prevent this from happening. And then the people that just want to use cash, as there are a lot of people that won't use card anymore, and the people that just want to use cash won't ever be able to anymore because of dickheads like this.
Oh, here we go. That old Hegelian dialects: create the problem, offer the solution, and sell it to the people because they're scared. You know what I mean?
I just don't see what they get out of it.
On a wider scale, they create a problem on purpose. They promote a public outrage and get people scared. Then they offer the solution that they had planned all the time. Where's my tinfoil at?
Yeah. That's why I'm sitting there like this with one headphone off my ear so I can hear the door, just in case somebody does turn up.
How are you going to give, if you're some poor old bloke begging outside your local Aldi or your local Lidl, odds on he'll have been through the regime, been through the machine. His mind has been totally fried by the things he's seen and experienced, right? How the hell do you tip him a couple of rollies and a couple of quid if we get rid of cash? We know an awful lot of these people are actually begging on the streets or ex-servicemen.
Yeah, it's true. And the British Legion are helping them.
We also know an awful lot of these people are selling the big issue are professional beggars.
Yeah.
So how do you discriminate between somebody who's truly deserving of your sympathy and a little bit of your, humanity, and those people are just raking it in and grifting?
Well, there was one guy in Plymouth, and the next colleague of mine, he decided to follow him one night, and he watched him. He followed him to a multi-story car park, and he saw him buy a Mercedes, a pretty expensive Mercedes. He had the bloody keys in his hand, and he said, "Excuse me," he said, "I'm a police officer." He said, "I've been watching you all day begging on that street." He said, "You've got this." He said, "You want to tell me what's going on?" The guy put his hands up, and he got 3 years for it, for fraud.
Good.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, there's a lot of them in America as well.
My ex-colleague, he's now retired like myself. But no, that was a good collar, that one.
My missus won't even go down to the local supermarket anymore. She still gets everything delivered on a Sunday morning. I wonder where that started. I think
all you got to do is think, right, yeah, going to give you £1. Right,
There's a lot of
we'll
them,
get you some sandwich or something
great.
and offer them that and see if they accept that. If they're genuine, they'll accept it happily.
Yeah, as a little old nun at my secondary school, I'm Church of England, but I went to a Roman Catholic school, and to do this charity drive. And she said, well, the thing about charities is you've got to figure out how much these charities actually take in administrative costs, how much goes to the people are running the charities, and how much of your money, your donations, actually goes to the people that truly deserve it. And I always stuck with me. And I mean, I'm 56-year-old next birthday, and I must have been about 13 or 14 at the time when she said that. That was an awful long time ago. You know, an awful lot of these charities, a lot of these directors get 3-digit salaries. That's why I always give my money to this poor old bloke on the street with 1 shoe and 3 socks. And these charity people, they'll say, well, you don't give your money to charity. They'll all spend it on drink and drugs. And I say, you fucking hypocrites. What do you think I were going to spend it on? I know exactly where my money's going, to this bloke with 1 shoe and 3 socks. And now it's going to the off license. Fucking hypocrites.
I can't remember who put it out, but there was a video last week. I only watched about half of it. And he reckons that on some of the bigger charities, less than 30% of the money donated actually goes to where it's needed.
Yeah.
Well, I know of at least one national charity. They got turned over by the Charity Commission. They found out that about 70% of the donations were being spent on administration and directors' salaries.
Yeah.
There was a big cull. I can remember that. I can remember the phone call I had. I mean, I was a chairman. I founded and was a chairman of a small charity, a League of Friends, for about 16 years. And the only money we took out was for postage stamps, and that was it. The rest all went on medical equipment for the NHS practice that served part of Plymouth. And yeah, I mean, in that 16 years, we must raise about £18,000, and became one of the best equipped practices in Plymouth.
Well, unfortunately, with charities, they can spend as much as they want on admin. There's no limit. I mean, there's some charities that I know of that will use 2 or 4% of their donations, which go on admin fees. There are some charities that I know of that go up to 14%.
Yeah, they should.
And as you've just said, there's no threshold that it should be. If you're going to be a charity, to prevent people setting up charities just to make money for themselves, there should be a limit on the admin fee. What can be put towards admin fee?
They try to sort of regulate it. The Charity Commission is trying to regulate it to stop that happening, but when they notice it's going on, they are fairly quick to intervene.
Bit late by then, no. I mean, look at Tom's daughter, Sir Tom's Captain Tom. Look at his daughter. Bit late by that point because they've already had the money,
What about Black Lives Matter? They took a lot of their donations and they went out and bought mansions and stuff.
Yeah, she ended up in court for that as well, didn't she?
Objectives.
Yeah.
This is where they get them on. Are they spending that at least 70% of their the larger charities? I think it's about 70-30. At least 70% of what they raise is going to be spent on the charitable objectives, and if it's not, then they're going to get a visit. And they just turn up out of the blue, and they just get walking through the door. Out come the ID cards, right, from the Charity Commission. Would you mind getting that from behind that desk, please?
Yeah.
And then we'll walk into the director's office and say, right, you're leaving. Why? You're leaving. When? Now. There's no answer, no buts. They're bastards, and they're bastards for a reason. It's to protect the money that the public have donated to that charity.
But again, as I've just said, the problem is it's all reactionary. There's no, it's not proactive. It's reaction. They react.
Unfortunately, Dan, is because of the way that they framed the legislation, and also you get the bloody idiot like Klaus Schwab, who've been tampering in behind the scenes for flipping decades, and they set it up in that way. And it's all set up in that way to kind of fleece the public, and then, of course, they say, "Oh well, yeah, we could have stopped them." No, that's the bloody way they set it up. I mean, it's all coming out of the woodwork now.
Yeah,
all of it, and this is what happens every time you get something bent going on. It stays hidden for a while, and then something happens. It all comes crashing down to be dealt with.
So I keep getting the chat flashing on and off here again. You all right there, Dan? Oh, he's on the phone.
Yeah, he's on mute.
Dickhead. So somebody's just phoned me from Brighton. It comes up on my phone, where they're calling from. I said, hello, is that Dan? I went, who's that? I think they said Jonah. So it's Jonah from Just Eat. I said, well, why are you calling from Brighton then? And then hung up on me. How stupid can people be? Seriously.
Oh, for God's sake.
Fuck's sake.
Oh, God, be sure here for you. Yeah, you're a bit far away from.
So many trolls out there.
Oh,
there is, and thankfully, I've got their phone number as well.
Oh dear.
Yeah, got their phone number as
Very
well.
bright trolls.
Let me just double check. 01273 920 659. Oh, did I say that out loud? Sorry.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Did you forget to mute the mic then?
I did. I forgot to mute the mic again. Yeah.
Oh, bugger.
I think you might have just contravened the FOI Act.
What, fuck off idiots.
Well, somebody must be doing exactly the same by giving Dan's address out.
Yeah.
So if you're not watching on your phone right now, I'm not gonna give you any ideas.
Oh yeah. All right.
Oh dear.
Yeah, but there's an awful lot of cards with phone numbers on in the phone boxes around here.
Well,
you got to remember as well also that Brighton is the gay capital of this country, or it used to be. Back in my day, I don't know what it's like now, but
interesting. I've just realised something very interesting there. You've called me on my personal number, Roger, not my channel number. So it must be somebody that I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Has to be somebody that I know.
Yes.
And there's not many people.
That number's never been given out to.
Not many people on YouTube have that number.
No.
Well, that shouldn't be too difficult to narrow it down then. Whoever, see, this is the thing. Whoever you are, like, you're not using your fucking brain, are you?
Yeah, they're definitely not super criminals.
No. Jesus Christ. Might get a T-shirt made with that phone number on it. Call me for a good time underneath it.
Oh my Lord.
Am I going to grow my hair and beard out so that I look like a chubby Jesus? Says Bearded Fat. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I'll probably end up keeping it shaved, knowing me.
Yeah, but see, I'd have been a cheapskate. I'd have just had half of it done and then had a comb over.
So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I haven't had. I mean, I've had hair this length since I was about 12 years old, and I've only grown it, I think, twice. And one of those times was when I first started his channel. You saw
Why do you want it back then?
Because I've never had it. Because I've never grown it. You know, I've never had hair to style or anything.
Go on, admit it. You want the back long enough so you can put it in a bun, don't you?
I want a mullet.
I'll tell you what, it's not on the computer. I know it, Ed. I've actually got a picture of me with a mullet.
Yeah, so I can remember
a proper one, just about a number 1 to 2 over the top, and then about 8-9 inches long at the back. Dressed in a morning suit for a wedding.
Yeah, Matt, I've been looking, Matt. The numbers that have been coming up on my phone, I've been putting them into Google to see if it shows anything up. I've got a mobile number as well. I've got a London number, I've got a mobile number, and I've got the Brighton number.
Oh, so it's not just one person then.
Oh, interesting.
I'll be on holiday.
Yeah, for that, I did meant to answer it earlier on. There was somebody in the chat said, why am I drinking Coke with a straw? It's because my gums in there get a reaction from the alloy in the can. And that's the only way I can avoid it. I can't be asked to tip it in a glass. It goes flat too quick.
This is for Edwin and Craft in the chat. Can't believe I've got this book up here. I love it showing upside down. Neil Peart, Ghost Rider. I'm reading that next.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he was one kind. It was humility. The guy was incredibly humble. They've just noticed I'm wearing a Rush t-shirt. He was the drummer for Rush. Well, I've just finished reading Alexander Solzhenitsyn's Gulag Archipelago. I started it about 30 years ago. It must be on my second or third book. I could never get through it. I was laying in bed this afternoon. I just managed to finish that. So I thought after that heaviness, I thought I'd just have to unwind with something else. Humility is a very underrated virtue, in my opinion, which is why I think pride goeth before a fall, if you know what I mean. Pride should be reserved for people who have achieved something through their hard work, not through accident of birth.
Very true. Very true.
How did you find that out, Matt? Sorry, Matt's just said it's a VoIP number, voice over IP. If there's a way of finding that out, then there's a way of finding out who it belongs to.
Go for it, Matt. And then once you found out, let us know how you did it. I'd like to know how Ollie does half of what she does on here.
Hiya, John. Wow.
I put a link in for you, Dan. It's to Daniel Bostock's British police farce. I called him out on it. I know where he got all that information from. It's a very good book. If you want to throw it in the main channel, if anybody else later wants to go and have a look at it, Daniel Bostock's British police farce. He got all his evidence and all his stuff for that collation. It's a good video. It's only about 12-15 minutes long, something like that. Guess which book he got all his information from, Dan?
Oh, would it happen to be
Ladybird Book of the Policeman?
Would it happen to be
Brief History of Brief History of Crime? Is that the one?
Yeah, by Peter Hitchens. Have you got it?
We've got the Brief History of Crime, but you told me that there's a different one.
He's updated it, yeah. Abolition of Liberty. I had to write a couple of extra chapters.
That's the one I've got.
Yeah,
that's the one I've got. Not read it yet.
He had to update it. I like Peter Hitchens. He's a miserable old bastard, a bit like me, but he's all right. He talks a lot of sense. I've subbed to him on Twitter. I'm not on Facebook. They want too much information, but I've recently set up a Twitter account.
Oh, hang on a second. Sorry, I've just remembered. I've got your.
Yeah,
I've got
she said don't
on
forget.
On my personal number, I've got call recorder, so I've actually got his voice recorded on my phone as well now. I just remembered that. So I just need to tag that so I know which recording it is.
My God, well, he's done that. I don't call him a muppet. He makes a muppets look like bloody Manson members.
Yeah, if they trace the phone number back, if it's a landline, it probably is their mother's.
Hello, Henson Creature Shop here.
Or grandmother. Well, it can't be Crinkle because the state of his bloody room, he'd never find a phone in there, would he?
Hang on a minute, Vet, and I'll see if I can get it onto the computer to do it. Share. No.
I think somebody's got an electric whine going on in the background there somewhere.
The alcoholic.
That could be the fan on. I've got a stand with laptop sits on. It's got fans underneath it.
I know play that kind of sound.
That's what you can probably hear.
Yeah, it's just like a whine, and it does sound like a fan or something.
Yeah, it is. There's two bloody great fans underneath.
Well, mine's quite noisy as fans go on the power supply, but because it's under the desk, there's 2 inches of wood between it and the microphone.
Yeah, mine's on top of a slab of melamine.
Yeah, mine is.
Yeah. I know they're good things because it kind of prolongs the life of your laptop or whatever.
Well, I literally, it's only this year that I've gone over. I've got my laptop over there at the moment. I got donated a nice computer because I was just trying to do too much with what the laptop could cope with.
Yeah.
I got an issue with this one at the moment, but it's something to do between the camera and storage, what I film with the camera on it. But the rest of the computer is absolutely fine. But I had a editing suite that I put on there, and the first time I tried to use that, that's what seemed to bollocks everything up, because it's designed to work for Windows 11, and I'm not on Windows 11. I got 10 Pro. So something went awry there. It was trying to send it to a cloud, and now it won't recognise what it's trying to record and store. And it's a bit of a ball ache, but we'll get there.
I won't use cloud things. There's too much interference and too many known buggers going into it.
Yeah, I like to keep whatever I've done on my computer. Yeah, people will say, well, you can be hacked and people get into it. Yes, they can.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I've been hacked twice.
But I won't send my stuff up there.
No.
And most of my videos, once a week, my YouTube videos and a few personal ones, on the side of them, I've got an external hard drive. And ever since I've been doing my YouTube videos, I keep that topped up every week with the videos as like a video diary.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And also now with what the online safety bill entails, there is every chance that YouTube will go back through people's past video stock and backlog and say, oh, right, that one doesn't conform to the new rules, and they'll remove them. They've been doing it before. And
the thing is, with this new bill, it's been done in bad faith. And one thing the law is very clear on is if legislation is enacted in bad faith, it can't be enforced. They'll try and enforce it. But I've got a feeling that when push comes to shove and it goes in front of the higher courts, they're going to say, hold on a minute, this has been passed in bad faith. We can't enforce that. Go do one.
Well, I questioned it because I did a video. I usually cover 2 or 3 stories or subjects in my. I only do 10-minute videos.
Yeah.
With this bill.
Yeah.
Now they put it through. We know that 80% of it is designed at freedom of speech, disagreeing, debating, standing up to be counted. The other 20% of it that is designed to protect women and kids, I'm fully behind, 100%. That needs to be there.
Yeah.
But that other 80% of it, Sunak defunct himself with what he stood up and reversed and held back the other day. Because most of that is designed to take your free speech away and not be able to disagree with somebody or with what they say. Yet he stands up there and says, there will be people that disagree with what I'm doing and what I'm saying. And absolutely, they have the right to stand up and do that. So he's contradicting himself, what they put in that act.
See, what the silly bugger's done is he's trying to use there's a derogation within the Human Rights Act 1998. But what he's done is he shot himself in the foot, because if he is genuinely trying to sort of stifle free speech, you can't do that.
But straight away,
there are provisions within the ECHR and also within the Human Rights Act. You cannot derogate certain things.
Yeah.
Unless it's in a time of national emergency, and there is no national emergency. So, if it's primary legislation, I don't think it's going to be very long before the judges at the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court slap a statement of or declaration, I think it's called, the declaration of incompatibility with ECHR. But what they're doing a lot of is using statutory instruments. Now, with those, if they don't comply with ECHR, they can't enforce it. That's the beauty. Secondary legislation, you can't enforce it if it's incompatible.
Yeah, it just don't make sense to pass a bill that you can prosecute somebody for doing something that you just said we're not going to do. But
this is where I think it's going to fall. It's going to fall at the first hurdle.
Yeah.
Also,
I mean, once old Sausage Fingers has signed it, it's in place. But
King Wingnut.
But they can suspend it, I suppose.
What would have to happen? Well, what the judges will do is they'll slap this declaration of incompatibility.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that I think they're doing it for, and I've said this before, is people are seeing these little increments that they're bringing in to erode our freedoms.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the way you conquer people, all these little things they put in place are just waiting for all the dots to be connected. Movement, transport, supply. Now they're going after communications and observation.
But the thing is,
once you connect all them dots and they complete that loop, we are fucked.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, Roger, we are joining the dots together and kind of keeping up with them or keeping ahead of them, and that is their weakness. They're so arrogant and so bombastic. They don't see that there are people of sus what they're doing and are already undermining it behind the scenes.
Yeah, exactly. They're too arrogant and they're sheltered from what we say. They don't get to hear of what we say, only what the powers that be want them to.
Only what their minions,
the ones that are pulling the strings. Yeah,
I've
known this for years. I've been putting this out for the last 2-3 years. But, if I've always said if I've opened half a dozen eyes, that's half a dozen more people that can see what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, it's tiptoeing totalitarianism. What they'll do is they'll create the problem, They'll create public outrage. There'll normally something going on in the background they don't want you talking about. They'll create a public outrage, and what they'll do is they'll restrict your liberties a little bit at a time, and they'll just step back when people get pissed off. And when all the crap has died down, they'll go forward again. And when people stop, they'll step back again. Little by little bit. I thought this is what I've said about this thing about people say you're left wing, you're right wing. I don't think it exists anymore. It's totalitarianism, and I've said this for a long time. When you get a group of people that exercise so much power behind the scenes that the politicians become irrelevant, that they'll always try and create a public outrage, get people upset about something which is small, something innocuous, something which is meaningless, like the trans outrage, and they'll bury it under a sea of fucking twatter fucking storms, and you don't know what they're doing behind the background.
That's common purpose.
You think about what they're letting happen here now with all this violence and everything else on the streets that they don't seem to be doing a lot
common
about.
Purpose. So what they do is they cause disruption. They're doing it.
They'll let it get to a level where there's total outrage. Then they'll come in with their big fucking boots, stand on the corner, and introduce a curfew for everybody's safety.
Yeah, but yeah,
that's the way they work. That's the way they think.
Oh, they'll try. They'll try.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, Roger, people are too well informed. The biggest mistake they made, and they know it, and they're trying to scramble to catch up. It was that lockdown. They really did fuck themselves up.
They overextended themselves.
People are more informed because of what we're doing now, social media and what have you, and that's why they want to shut it down.
Well, unfortunately, they're too late.
Yeah, they'll always find a way now of putting stuff out there.
Well, they'll try, but the thing is, I mean, I've been with Common Purpose. They are terrified of being exposed, and I'm saying, you know they are, you know what they're doing, expose them.
Yep.
Dan, you there, mate? I'm just going to throw something in the StreamYard chat. This is for James and Edwin because they're Rush fans. You want to throw that in the main public chat? It's Rush's induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Sometimes you just got to keep things a little bit, on the down low, just to keep people sane.
There you go.
Thanks, mate.
Right. Because I'm going to get accused otherwise of keeping money if I don't do this. I've left it a bit late, but we're going to do it now anyway. We're going to have a game.
Quick round of general knowledge.
We can have a quick round of general knowledge. So if anybody wants to play, it's 12 questions. It's 3 cards. It's got 4 questions on each card. It's 12 general knowledge questions. Whoever gets the most questions wins a £20 Amazon voucher. If there's a tie, then it will go down to just those 2 people having another round, and whoever wins the voucher. So if anybody wants to have a go, if you guys on the panel want to have a go, then by all means stay here. If anybody in the chat wants to have a go, then hit that pinned link and come up onto the panel. I might need to get you to do something in the background so I can tell that you're
hands off keyboards, no researchers in the background.
Come on, folks, don't be shy. Jump on up. Only a bit of fun.
To make it easier, like we did last time, Dan, everybody mute their mic other than the one answering the questions.
Yeah, that's fine. And if you're coming up, Bearded Vet, no giving the answers away.
People can put answers in the chat. It's up to the person whether they take that answer as...
In the chat they can, yeah.
Yeah.
So, anybody want to come on for a game of... What should we call it?
Come and make a twat of yourself.
Well, that's as good a name as any.
Mind you, last time there was a few people that surprised us in there, wasn't there?
Yes.
Yeah. And it was nice
So
to
the
see
links,
some of the girls joining in last time as well.
yeah, the link's pinned if you want to come on. If not, then it's going to have to be between whoever's on the panel that wants to stay on the panel and be a part of it. But I did say I was going to do it, and therefore
£20 voucher on Amazon. That means I could replace my knackered catapult. Now everybody goes on. What's the ultimate survival weapon? I'll tell you what, you ain't going to beat a catapult. Especially if you know how to use it.
Eclectic, does favour, just touch your nose for me, either hand. Good man. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, not bad, mate. How are you? All right?
Not so bad. I've just dropped some cards on the floor. Excuse me while I disappear under the desk briefly.
Have you had hair transplant on the back as well? Not the back of your head, your back.
Oh. Right. Anyone else jumping up? Anybody else jumping up on the panel?
Come on, Mikey. I thought you'd been up here.
I can't leave it too long. I'm giving you all the chance. So, you know, if people go, oh, it's always the same people, I'm giving you the option to jump up and have a crack yourself.
Trojan Scar, Air Arms TX200. So you like the underlevers then?
Megan Fox. Just do that with both hands. Just do that with both hands for me. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello, gentlemen.
Good evening, good morning, or afternoon, whatever it is where you are.
Evening to me. Good salutations to you all as well.
Where are you from?
The United States, Virginia. It's for lovers. For lovers. Google it.
Welcome to the
I know what you're thinking. It is not for lovers if you like friendly policemen. Virginia is not a lover state. No, it is not. It is not that state. Don't come here to expect like a pat on the ass. If you get pulled over, it's gonna go down kind of like this. Get out of the car. Put your hands up.
I'll tell you what, that top is playing havoc with the optics. It's like looking down a bloody kaleidoscope.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
I'd get the same if I wear a white shirt under this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here. I fixed it.
It looks like it's all moving.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah, I see they moving.
That never got me out of a ticket. Not one ticket. Not one ticket did I ever get out of.
Bearded vet, do us a favour, stop picking your nose.
I do.
Nose through that.
I saw that vet picking your nose there.
I was just rubbing it.
I have a good story for you. This was during the C word era, you know, that phase of the lockdowns and everything, and everybody was so locked down. And I get this. I happen to be sick, but I didn't have COVID, although I used that. But I'll get to that. I heard this knock on my door, which sounds stunningly like, not unlike police.
Right.
Knock. You know the knock. It's the knock. And they're like, and I'm like, what the actual fuck? Like, I'm literally in pee pants. I've been puking. I'm not in the best of moods. You know what I mean? So I meander my way downstairs, go to the door, and they're like, Miss Fox, could you step outside? Could you step outside for a minute? And I'm like, for what? And I said, is my family all right? Is something going on with my family? Is there something wrong? Oh, no. There's nothing wrong with your family. We just like to speak to you outside right now. Oh, and I'm like, okay, well, I've just been puking and shit, but all right, but that's fine. Yeah. And so I walk outside. They're like, you been to Walmart today? Does it look like I've been to Walmart? I literally got puke running down my nose. So anyway, allegedly, I stole. Keep in mind, I'm 4'11" and a half, about 105 solid pounds, and I allegedly stole a 72-inch big screen television. We walked right out of Walmart with it. Puking and all that.
Even I struggle with a 22-inch television.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah, they had me, they detained me. They put me outside of my house. They read me my rights. Even the detective was singing a little country song. Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, I said, I told him, I said, you missed your calling. You should have been a country singer, not a cop.
Is somebody making cocktails there?
Someone's stamping on a rat or
It's
something.
my bird. It's my bird. I don't know what the blender thing is. It's not me. That's not me.
No, I think that's somebody's fan. I think that whirring noise is a fan. But yeah, no, I can hear the bird. What bird is it?
No, it sounded like
someone mine. I'll show her. All right, Charlize, come here to me. Come here. She's a nasty wench. She's a thief. Cops have been here several times on account of her. She does.
Was she a budgie or a canary or something?
Son Connor.
She'd be a butty if she was in my house making that noise.
She doesn't. I know. She doesn't usually. She's trying to get your attention. Is what she's doing. Come here to me. Here, let me show you.
Oh, no.
Are you scared of them? Ah.
No, I just don't like noise.
Oh, beautiful.
It's a nice colour.
Wow.
It's almost the colour of my bathroom.
She's molting. She's molting. She's not as pretty as she could be, but neither are you guys. None of you are as pretty as her. That's.
It's gone. I was going to get the cat up to have a look.
Right. So, Megan, what we was going to do just now is we're going to do a competition on the panel. General knowledge quiz. Everybody gets 12 questions, and whoever gets the most questions wins. It's a £10 Amazon voucher, which will be slightly different in dollars.
I'll donate mine.
But we'll do
when I win. When I win, boys. Hey, wait. Time out before we get this shindig started. Is this European questions? Kind of questions.
Some could well be.
Yeah, some could be, and some are American.
Okay.
I'm just writing everyone's name down at the moment so I can keep a tally.
Princess Angela's just
if you
commented.
Get some of the modern sets, they do contain a lot of the what we call Americanisms in the questions and answers.
Yes, Angela.
I know you didn't dumb it down for me. I know you didn't dumb it down. All right. I'm ready.
Right.
I'm ready for these.
A couple more people here. Eclectic and Princess Anne.
Yay! I'm not.
You can hear me, yeah?
Right.
Wonderful.
Okay. It's 12 questions each. There's 4 questions on a card. So I'm going to ask you to, I'll randomly pick 4 cards for each person, starting with Roger. We're going to go Roger, Loafer, Bearded Vet, Megan, Blue Bottle, Eclectic, and Princess Angela. 12 questions. If there's a tie, then whoever's tied will get another series of questions each until we've got a winner. But if I can ask everybody to mute themselves, apart from the person whose turn it is. And so, Roger, you're first, young man.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pick randomly 4 cards out of the pack. So I'll just skip through and we'll go for that one and that one, that one, and that one. Okay. So we've got 12 questions,
Probably
Roger.
I'll get to researcher. Can you hear me? Because I can't hear you.
I'm not helping.
Right. Question 1. Are we all ready? Question 1.
Yep.
Does the Statue of Liberty hold her torch in her left hand or her right hand?
Right hand.
Correct. Question 2. How long did Sleeping Beauty sleep?
Well, until the twat come in and kissed her.
Yeah, sexual assault, that is.
I don't know. I'm not big up on my fairy tales.
Have a guess.
No answer. No answer.
That should be a right answer. That should be a right answer. The twat did come in and kiss her and break the spell. I think it was 7 years or something like that.
No, 5 years.
It was 100.
100.
What popular cocktail contains rum, sugar, lime, club soda, and mint leaves?
Oh, fucking hell. Mojito.
It is a mojito. Well done.
That's
Question
not bad
4.
from somebody who don't drink.
Question 4. Now, this one you should know. This is quite a simple one. What horror film features a famous scene where a woman is stabbed while taking a shower?
Psycho.
Correct.
There you go. Psycho.
Actually, I've taken 4 cards out, and I should only have had 3 cards because it's 12 questions each. I'll put one back. Right. The legendary escape artist Houdini's real name was Eric Weiss, but he became famous using what other name?
Harry.
Well done.
That was good. He did. That was good.
Question 6. What was the name of the group that included Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, and Sammy Davis Jr.?
The Wild Bunch.
The Rat Pack.
Rat Pack. Yeah.
You answered too quickly.
Yeah.
You rushed in.
Yeah.
Question 7. Who was America's first president?
Oh, fuck me. I'm not
There's
even.
There's been a couple of presidents with the same first name.
Yeah. What's his name? It sits on the fucking big stone thing in the Lincoln.
It wasn't. It was George Washington.
Washington.
Question 8. Whose life is the film Walk the Line about?
Johnny Cash.
Correct. Well done. Last 4 questions. Question 9. In what year was the State of Israel established?
Oh, fuck me. I'll go with it's a pure guess. 68.
48.
48.
Right. If a stock increases 10% if a stock increases 10% and the next day falls 10%, is the stock unchanged in value? I heard that.
I'll go with what she said. I was going to say the opposite, but I don't think I'm right.
No, Mrs. W is correct. As if it goes up 10%, 10% of that new value is going to be different from
the original value. Yeah,
you've got to agree, it goes up to £1.10, but then 10% of £1.10 is 11.
Okay.
I want that.
Question 11. Who put forward the theory of so-called penis envy?
I missed that one. I can't help.
Yeah, all you heard was the word penis there, isn't it, Mrs. W?
I was outside getting the glass. I didn't hear anything.
I want to say John Thomas Alcock, but that was a record, wasn't it?
Could be anybody. Could be anybody.
No. But, oh God.
Who is the father of what's the fucking word I'm thinking of? Who's the father of mind medicine, shall we say?
You're thinking of Freud. Freud. Is that who you're thinking of?
Freud.
Yeah.
Could have been Freud. Well, if you don't look down your trousers, it's Schrodinger, isn't it? But that was a quick one off the top of the head. I wouldn't have a fucking clue. Yeah, I'll go with Freud.
It was Freud.
Everything was about sex with Freud.
And not Clement Freud. And Henry.
Okay. Route 66, this is an American one, so Megan, don't give them the answer. Route 66 began and ended in what two cities?
Well, I know it ends on the west coast.
I don't go through Oklahoma City because it's so pretty. I'm singing the song there.
No, I should know that, being an ex-biker, but
I watched the Hairy Bikers do it.
Not El Paso. No.
Doesn't it start in Missouri and
No, it goes down through Missouri.
Right, that's the lyric.
Starts in Chicago and finishes.
I'll go with what's in the chat there, Chicago to LA.
I'll just the answer. I'll let you have that one. Mate. Go on, right. Okay, Roger, that's yours. 8 out of 12. It's not bad. Not bad. Right, Loafer. Loafer's turn.
Oh, it's me. Right, I'm back.
It is you. I'm just going to pick 3 cards out at random. 1, 2. Take that one for 3. Okay. Are you ready, Loafer?
No, come back next week. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Right. Question 1, Loafer. What scientist is famous for formulating the law of universal gravitation?
Sir Isaac Newton, I do believe. He also invented calculus to explain his theories. He was a former master of the Royal Mint, and he thought he could turn base metals into gold. Next question.
I knew him really well. Joking.
Didn't ask for all that bollocks with it. Just the answer will do. What is the Italian word for ham.
Oh, crikey.
And it's not Polizia.
Oh, the missus gets it. It lasts forever on the bone. It's a mad guess. Prosciutto.
Prosciutto is correct. How long is the average menstrual cycle?
Oh, crikey. Don't tell me about that. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. I've got it. It's the only thing I put in my diary. The wife's going crazy. 28 days. Follows the cycles of the moon, I do believe.
It is 28 days. Roger's going to hate you because you've got some quite easy questions here. What are you eating if you're eating a Golden Delicious?
An apple.
Correct. Question 5. What vitamin is received from sunlight?
Vitamin D.
Correct. What country is the soccer player or football player, as we would call it, Lionel Messi from?
Oh, he's Gad Sad's favourite footballer. Gad Sad has a good channel, actually. He wrote a good book called The Parasitic Mind. Lionel Messi is... Oh, it's a romance country. It's either Spain, Portugal, or Italy. I'm going to go for Italy.
It's Argentina.
Oh, completely wrong.
The door's just gone. Let me go find out what's being delivered. 1 second.
What kind of show is this? What kind of show is this? On the edge of our seat. And
no, this is probably one of the food deliveries that's going to be returned because it ain't getting paid for.
Oh, while I'm gone, Lionel Messi is the favourite football player of one Professor Gad Sad, who is a professor of human evolutionary psychology. He got the fuck out of Lebanon. He's an atheist. He's a Jewish atheist, resident in Canada, and he's a tenured professor at one of Canada's leading universities, which means he can't be cancelled by the woke social justice mob. He's got a really good channel, Gad's The Sad Truth. It's very good.
Fabulous, dude.
Someone has got an awful whistle on their microphone there.
Fucking fabulous.
It's that feathered rat in the background.
If he's gone for more than 5 minutes, Moo, yes, it could well be.
He's also been on the Joe Rogan podcast 9 times. I think he's the only person, the leading person that's been on Joe Rogan. And considering his podcast lasts on average about 3 hours, that's 3 times 9, do the maths. He's been on a long time. I've seen more. Because I'm a sad bastard.
2,700 hours.
It's a long time.
It's been a while. I'll just have a bird.
That was probably the biggest pizza I've ever fucking seen in my life.
And you had to send it back.
Yeah. I've never bought a pizza in a box that fucking big. It was literally, it must be about fucking 2 foot.
Oh my God, how amazing.
He was really good. He was really good about it, though. I said to him, listen, mate, I'm so sorry. He said, somebody's having a fucking laugh. I said, not a laugh because it's not funny. I said, but somebody's been ordering food.
You're not the only person that's been happening to, you know. There's someone else that's been on the channel.
All right, well, listen, I'll have a chat with you after the stream, Angela.
Yeah.
If that's...
Of course, yeah.
But it was fucking massive. And he didn't just have the pizza, he had another fucking call bag, or not call bag, but a food transport bag that was fucking, it was about that fucking big, about that deep, and it was full.
At least you didn't get swatted. I've been swatted like 3, 4, 7 times since I first came on YouTube, and I'm not even making money.
Yeah,
never been monetized.
We're distracting from the quiz here, and we were halfway through.
Yeah, come on.
to be honest, I wouldn't mind being swatted. It'd give me some content for the
No,
channel.
let's get our IQ on.
Yeah, swatted by Peter. Hell yeah, sorry.
Next question, Lofa. Let's get back to it. So if you can mute yourselves for me, please. You ready, Lofa?
Yeah.
Right. Next question. What is the largest island in the Mediterranean? That's funny, isn't it? I've just had a pizza delivered and we've got Mediterranean.
Sicily.
It is. You weren't so silly choosing that answer, was you? Question 8. What is the name of Winnie the Pooh's perpetually glum donkey friend?
Eeyore.
Correct. Last 4. I said that. I don't know what you said, Roger, but I'm guessing you said something like, why is he getting all the easy questions and I got the fucking difficult ones? I said that when you disappeared to the toilet or wherever you went a minute ago. Right. Whose 2 best friends are Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger?
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter? No,
Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Come on, I'm being silly.
Agreed. He got the pussiest questions. He got the easiest questions ever. He got set up. That's easy. Unbelievable.
Never even read the books.
This is ridiculous. If you don't get the next ones right, I'm just going to mock you forever. What type of race in swimming combines 4 different swimming styles?
Oh dear, oh dear. Medley.
Yeah, yes. Well done. I've never heard of that, to be honest, but there we go. Last 2 questions now. So your penultimate question is, Mount Everest is the highest mountain in the world. What is the second highest?
Right. Do you want its Hindu name or do you want its numerical name?
The name that we would all know.
K2.
Correct. What does FAQ stand for?
Frequently asked questions.
It is frequently asked questions. I mean, you had a touch there. I mean, these are randomly chosen out of a pack of about 200 cards, and that was randomly chosen. And you've just had some fucking piss easy questions there, but well done. You scored 11.
Screwed up on the fucking Lionel Messi. Now, I want to shill for somebody else's channel. It's well worth a subscribe because it is a very, 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 very funny man. Gad Sad, The Sad Truth. I subscribe to The Sad Truth. And there's a reason I don't show my subscriptions, like probably the same reason everybody else doesn't. He had an interview with another one of my favourite writers. He's had interviews with Douglas Murray. He's had interviews with Andrew Doyle, the satirist, creator of the Twitter sensation, Titania McGrath. And he's also had an interview with that little lad from Luton, whose name we can't mention. Gad Sad, The Sad Truth. Well worth a sub. Right, I'll mute myself.
Okay. Bearded Vet, you weren't actually. Let me put you back to where you were because it's moved. There we go. Right. Bearded, put it in order. That's it. Sorry. Right. Bearded Vet.
Yes.
Right. How are you?
Fantastic.
Right. You didn't see me pick those last cards off screen, all of them, so I'm going to do it here. So just to so there's one. Oh, Megan's back. I don't know what happened there. There's 2. And there's 3. Right, so you've got 3 cards.
Please be gentle.
Hello again. I'll put you back where you were. I don't know what happened there. But right, so Bearded Vet. Are you ready? Are you ready, my friend?
Bloody squeaking rat. Can someone shoot it?
No.
Might not be tasty.
Right. Question 1. What is the name of the largest hot desert in the world?
Sahara.
Correct. Question 2. The 19th century goldsmith Fabergé is best known for creating what type of objects?
Eggs.
Correct. What does the company Ben and Jerry's produce?
Ice cream.
Correct. I'm so sorry, Roger. What is a chinchilla?
A rodent.
That is the exact words on the back of the card. A rodent. Correct. Question 5. What is the tower attached to a mosque from which Muslims call the faithful to prayer?
Minaret.
Correct. Well, fucking hell, Roger's sitting there screwing, I swear he is. What drink does James Bond famously prefer shaken, not stirred?
Martini.
Correct. What was the French Emperor Napoleon's first name? Last name, sorry.
I was going to say Bonaparte.
Correct. What city is Lady Gaga from?
Los Angeles.
New York.
Ah.
Question 9. What brand is behind the iconic perfume number 5?
Chanel.
Correct. When you address a letter with C/O, what does the C and the O stand for?
Care of.
Correct. What is the round button on an iPhone called? The round button on an iPhone.
Round button on an iPhone.
Yeah. What is the round button on an iPhone called?
Shutter release. I don't know.
The home button.
I don't know. I don't have an iPhone. Never had one.
I don't own either, but there we go. Last question. What condition is Dustin Hoffman's character Raymond Babbitt affected by in the 1988 film Rain Man?
Autism.
Correct. Correct. Well done. That's your 12 questions. And you scored 10. So, Megan, it's your turn.
Oh, great. No pressure. Look at what I'm following up. This is ridiculous. This is the setup. I feel like this is a setup because you want to make me look like a dumb American girl with big tits. That's what you want me to look like. That's what.
Not at all. Not
all right. Let's have at it. Give me your word.
We want people to come back to the channel, so I wouldn't do that.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Question 1.
It's actually Megan. It's Megan.
So my apologies, Megan.
If we advertise that we've got some American bird with big tits in here, we might get
yeah, might as well get it right. Get it right. Stop egging me on. All right. Go ahead. Shoot. Yeah.
What does the abbreviation R and B stand for in music?
I'm sorry. In what?
Music. What does R and B stand for?
Oh, rhythm and blues.
Correct. What is the name of the miniature trees grown in pots that are popular in Japan?
Bonsai.
Correct.
I can spell it. BONSAI. Bonsai. Do I get an extra point? Just give me one in case I miss one because I hate missing. Okay, go ahead. Deal me.
Right. What country is famous for Heineken beer? The Netherlands.
No, fucking hell. I knew it. I knew as soon as that said, but I got that point. I got that extra point because.
Not that
All right,
far
keep
away.
going. Keep going. Yeah.
Question 4. In what country was Christopher Columbus born? Where was Christopher Columbus born? Before we to find the new world.
France.
Italy.
Oh man, fuck! I was gonna say Italy. All right, moving on.
Well, it's not a
Apologize for the curse.
It's not a very Italian name, though, is it? So, but yeah, from Italy.
Okay.
Okay. Do you know anything about Canada?
Yeah, too much.
Right.
I got stopped at the border once for 5 hours. I got fingerprinted, videoed, photographed. We'll talk about that another time. But go ahead, hit me with the Canadian culture.
Question 4. What Canadian-born singer-songwriter wrote the songs Hallelujah, Suzanne, and
Celine Dion? I don't know.
Leonard Cohen.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that, but every time singer in Canada, Celine.
What kind of animal is Aslan from the Chronicles of Narnia?
Marsupial?
It's a lion. Chronicles of Narnia.
Fuck. I don't know. I was thinking about something else. Oh, not that. Not that. I'm high. I mean, I smoke weed. It's legal here.
What does the acronym FBI stand for?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
That's what it says on the back of the card, but I thought it was Federal Booby Inspector.
Well, now that you mention it, listen, mine are fine. I get them pressed on the regular. How many did I get right? Do I get a spare or bonus?
Still got 5 questions.
Okay, good. Thank God. Redeem myself.
In what year did World War I end?
World War I end. Hey, weigh in. Can I phone a friend? Because I got really old friends. Hey, what year did World War I end? 1841.
No, you're thinking of World War 1841.
Yeah.
Did you? No, it was in the
1941. That's what I meant. 1941.
That's closer to the Second World War, unfortunately. It was 1918.
1918. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I suck. Okay. All right. I got to do some history lessons. All right. Go ahead.
Question 9. What famous band is Angus Young the lead guitarist of?
AC/DC, R.I.P.
Correct.
Love fucking AC/DC. What are you talking about? That's not even a question. Give me a real one.
In order to win a game of tennis, 4 points must be scored. The first is called 15. The next is called 30. What is the third point called?
Love.
It's not. It's 40.
Are you fucking serious? Well,
Yeah.
fuck tennis anyway, because I smoke and I don't care about tennis. I don't care about tennis. Am I done? Damn, I could answer everybody else's questions perfect.
Right. The green light. This is your last 2 questions. The green light located at the top. Is the green light at the top or bottom of a standard traffic light? So the green light on a traffic light, is it above or below?
Below.
It is. It is. And your last question, which planet is closest to the sun?
Uranus. No, I'm just kidding.
Only after the curry.
Saturn. I don't know. I forget.
Mercury.
Mercury. That's what I was gonna say. All right, don't tally mine. I quit already. I quit because I lose.
Oh, bless.
That's my underlying narcissism.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Lipstick.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself.
Thank
Yes,
you.
mate. Oh, yeah.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. I'm a bit ill, but I'm all right.
You look a little bit pale, to be honest.
Yeah, I got a fucking cold, mate, or flu or some shit like that, I think.
All right. So, going to pick your 3 cards out. So, there's your first and your second. Oh, shit, I've dropped it on the floor. Hang on. That's that there. And your third. We'll take that one. Right.
Our friend is sick and you dropped it on the floor. We demand a reshuffle. And also, I will be vocalizing to you. Lip read me. Lip read me. I can answer other people. All right.
Right. What is. Are you ready, Eclectic? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm ready, mate. Yeah, I'm ready.
What is London's most famous shopping street called?
Oxford Street?
It is Oxford Street. Well done. What colour is the S on Superman's suit?
I think it's yellow.
It's red.
Okay. All right.
It's red.
I think the background is yellow, is it? Or something? Is that right?
I think it might have around the edge. It might be yellow. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think there is some yellow in it. I think. I don't know. Maybe.
Megan's got her superhero pants on there. Right. What sport do you compete in if you participate in America's Cup?
I think that's golf, isn't it?
I would have said golf, but it's not. It's sailing.
Right. Okay.
Question 4. All 4 members of the Beatles are from which city?
Liverpool.
Correct. Glad you didn't say Glasgow or something then. Question 5. Name 2 of the 4 US presidents who have been assassinated whilst in office.
2 of the 4.
Yeah.
So JFK.
Yeah.
And I think I know it is, but I can't remember his fucking name now. The guy that was killed in the theatre, like he was shot, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Fuck. Not Abraham Lincoln. Was it Lincoln? Is it Lincoln?
I can't tell you that answer. You have to tell me.
I'll go for Abraham Lincoln, mate. I'll go for Abraham Lincoln. Yeah.
Correct. Correct on both counts. Well done. What was Excalibur in the Legend of King Arthur?
It was like a magic sword.
It was a sword, yeah. Well done. What are Windsor and 4 in hand examples of?
Can you say the first one again?
Windsor. What are Windsor, as in the same name as the royal family?
Queen. Yeah.
4 in hand examples of.
Not sure. 4 in hand. It's either something to do with like cards or something, some sort of card game, or it could be like heard of a wins and not before. So I'll go for a tie, like as a tie, not a tie on a knot or something, a knot on a tie. Sorry.
It is. Well done. Yeah,
right.
Correct. Question 8. What do you call a word or phrase that reproduces the letters of another word or phrase in another order?
Anagram?
So it was anagram, yeah. I was going to try and read it again because that question even confused me reading it out. But yes, it is an anagram. Well done. Question 9. How many chambers is the heart divided into?
I think it's 4.
It is 4. Well done.
Right.
Question 10. What is a supernova?
Supernova. So it's something in space. I believe it's something to do with like a star. It's like a type of star.
I need
like
a little bit more than that, I'm afraid.
Okay. It's like so like when something goes supernova, it explodes, isn't it? Something like that, or is it just before it goes into a black hole, something like that?
That's right. Yeah, an exploding star. Yeah, absolutely.
Wrong. Supernova is an imploding star, not an exploding star.
Well, it says exploding on here.
You're all fucking wrong. That is the #1 Oasis hit of 96.
It's also a Vauxhall car, but
So you're all stupid.
I think you'll find it.
Carry on. All right, whatever. Google it. Champagne supernova. Google it. All right.
To be fair, Rod, all stars will explode initially, but then the actual supernova is when the force of gravity and shit fails, and then it explodes itself out.
It was the #1 selling song. Okay, it hit the billboards. Whatever. Google it.
When a star collapses, it creates a black hole. That's all I know.
Right. Question 11. What is the name of the killer in the movie Friday the 13th?
Friday the 13th.
Why is he getting easy questions again?
No, I get mixed up. It's two different movies I get mixed up, like Friday the 13th and Halloween. So Halloween was Michael Myers, I think. So Jason. Voorhees.
Correct. And your final question of this evening, potentially. Who is the drummer of the Motley Crue and father of 2 children with Pamela Anderson?
Oh, fuck, yeah. Remember they did a video, didn't they? They did like a sex video. I remember that, right?
Want to fuck him, to be honest.
No, not with his cock, anyway. Fucking hell. I think the guy's name. Do you know what? I can't think of his name. I can't think of it.
No, it's
when
Tommy
you say
Lee.
it, I'll know it straight away. Say again.
Tommy
It
Lee.
rhymes with mommy.
Yeah.
It rhymes with mommy. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Blue Bottle was because he's got mixed up because Megan went off and came back on again. So sorry, Angela. I want to do it try and do it in as much the order as I can.
I did Google that and I was wrong. The supernova is after the implosion, which is part of the explosion of matter being ejected into space. So I was wrong on that. There you go.
Okay, Blue Bottle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shuffle these a little bit. I know you can't see properly there, but I'm gonna give them a little bit of a. And then we're gonna pick 3 cards from there. So we'll go 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Are you ready? Question 1. What is the name of the Little Mermaid
Ariel.
in the Disney movie of the same name?
Ariel.
It is Ariel. Congratulations. Now we know what you get up to on a weekend. How many lives is a cat said to have?
9.
I don't even need to look at the answer for that one. Question 3. What number is on the opposite side of the number 6 on a standard die?
1.
It is. And the reason it's number 1 is because the two sides always add up to 7 on a die.
Yeah.
Question 4. What is the smallest breed of dog in the world?
Chihuahua.
Correct. Question 5. Who is, and I'm probably going to pronounce this wrong because I don't do well with foreigners' names, Siddhartha Gautama. Who is Siddhartha Gautama, more commonly known as? I can spell it if you want. Siddhartha.
You're saying Siddhartha. Siddhartha. All right.
Siddhartha, I don't know how to pronounce it. And the surname is Gautama. Who is that person more commonly known as?
I'm going to call it down.
I've been called it a few times. Buddha.
Wow.
Question 6. Which string is the thickest string, also known as the top string of a guitar?
I should know if my sister's a guitarist and so's my friend. G?
It's E.
Right.
Close. Again, we've got fucking more foreign words here. What composer wrote the piano piece Fleur Elise, if that's how you pronounce it?
Fleur de Lis?
Who? Think of a famous composer. What's one of the first famous composers that come into your head?
It's quite a few.
I'm thinking Ludwig von Strauss, but I'm just waiting.
Fleur de Lis?
Fleur Elise. F-U with the 2 dots above it, German word. R-E-L-I-S-E.
Beethoven.
It is Beethoven. It is. Well done. What state is Duke University located in America? Duke University. What state is it located in? There's only, 51 to choose from?
Yeah. I'm the foggiest.
North Carolina.
Oh,
I wouldn't have known that, but there we go. Okay, your final 4 questions. In what field is a sommelier an expert? In what field is a sommelier, which is what I would pronounce it as, an expert?
Drink. Alcohol.
Need a little bit more than that.
Wine.
Correct.
Getting bloody.
Question 10. The freezing point of water is 32 degrees Celsius. What does this correspond to? Is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. What does this correspond to in Celsius?
0.
Correct. Who was the first Soviet leader? We've had these questions a couple of weeks back. Who was the first Soviet leader, Lenin or Stalin?
Lenin.
It was. And your final question. What popular drink is made of vodka, tomato juice, spices, and is often garnished with a celery stick?
Bloody Mary?
Correct. Well done. 9 points. Okay. Princess Angela,
Oh, hi.
your turn.
Yeah, you just have some understanding here that I think in pictures, and I can't shut my mouth. When you said about that shopping place in London, I was like, yeah, Green Street. And I was like, no, wait, that's on the Monopoly board and they're green. So just bear with me. Sorry.
Right. Sorry, I'm just shuffling these cards again.
Oh, yeah, hard ones, aren't I?
All of the cards that have been, all of the questions that have been asked are now out of the pack, by the way, so you won't get any of the same questions.
Right.
Okay, so
Oh, God.
card one.
By the way, I'm rooting for you 1,000,000%. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Card three. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Question one. Are there wild polar bears in Sweden?
Yeah.
No, there isn't.
Bloody hell.
Only found in the Arctic, I believe, or zoos.
Who
But, yeah.
cares? Who cares? That's the stupidest question ever. We'll give her a redo. And she was warming up.
Yeah. What if one escaped from the zoo? Anyway, sorry.
What artist is associated with the alter ego Ziggy Stardust?
Oh no. Oh my god. I ain't got a clue. I don't even know, honestly. I really don't know. I really don't have a clue.
David Bowie.
Oh, okay. I'm not that old.
Who was the leader of North Korea who died in 2011?
Was it Kim Jong-un, whatever his name is, dad?
Yes, but we need his name.
That counts. That counts. What's his face is dead. That counts.
Kim Jong-un. Was it Lim Jong-un? I don't know. I don't know.
Kim Jong-il.
Technically, that is a positive point for this one. Positive.
That was out of the box thing.
Positive point for that.
Yeah, thank
Question
you.
4.
Yeah.
Dan, can I just say, Megan, you keep cutting in, my love, is being very, very annoying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Question 4. What is the name of the goddess of love in Greek mythology?
Bloody hell. Valentine. No, wait. That's not right, is it? That's the same. Oh my goodness me. Aphrodite.
It is Aphrodite.
Go for you, a legend.
Question 5.
Yeah.
Amnesia haze and white widow are strains
Weed.
of what plant?
Oh, cannabis. Weed.
Correct.
I knew that.
What are Luxor, Treasure Island, and Bellagio all examples of? Luxor, Treasure Island, and the Bellagio. What are they examples of? Think of Las Vegas. I'll give you that little clue. Think of Las Vegas.
Casinos.
Well,
casino strip.
It's hotel and casinos.
Okay.
I will accept that one. Right. Again, this is another question that came out a couple of weeks back. What does ICE mean when it is an entry in a cell phone's address book?
ICE.
ICE.
ICE. I don't know. I don't have one of them in my phone book.
In case of emergency. ICE.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Right. Question 8. What is the largest island in the world?
Oh. Now then. Is it
about
the one with Russia on it?
No, we're talking about islands, not a
island. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, silly me. Oh wait, is it the one you spoke about before? No, that wouldn't be the same one, was it? What's one? Is it Greenland?
It is Greenland, yeah. Well done.
Lothar. You're amazing.
Question 9. What animal is Stephen King's terrifying Cujo?
Is that like name of a book or something, or?
Well, there is a book about it, but it's the animal that Cujo.
Is it like a spider or something like that?
Is a particular kind of animal.
Oh, okay, a dog. An anteater.
It is a dog. St. Bernard.
Okay, not an anteater. Big. Mickey Mouse. I got just text message anteater. Sorry.
Question 10.
Mm-hmm.
What's the name of the Japanese art of folding paper into objects?
Origami.
Correct.
I'm so glad I said that right.
Question 11. How did the biblical Judas die? How did Judas die?
Oh, goodness me, I should know this, you know. So now you get like a Judas kiss, don't you? Is it? I don't know. I'll just say he was starved to death and fed to the lions or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
He hung himself.
Oh, did he? Choked on a peanut, guys. Be fair. Come on.
Question 12. What expensive mushroom is found with the help of a specially trained dog or pig?
Mushroom.
It's very expensive food, basically.
A truffle. A truffle. That is my final answer.
It is a truffle. Well done. And that was your last question.
I'm such a failure.
Now, I'm only going to read the top 3 because I don't want to embarrass anybody or anything like that. So I'm just going to read. Okay.
Sorry.
So let me just work this out. Actually, oh, hang on a minute. The fuck am I doing? Right.
Do you need to take your socks off as well, then?
You can use my hand.
Who's actually in charge here? I know you told me to mute myself, but I got to weigh in with the.
Megan, I wasn't trying to be rude. I only said it quickly to try and get it in and then remute myself. We all gave you space to answer the questions. Now, a lot of us in here, you probably don't know, we take longer to think about things. And when you've got people jumping in and blurting things out, it ruins your train of thought. I suffer from it after the strokes. Dan suffers from it after the strokes. And it's
totally understand.
Like I wasn't trying to be rude.
No. Or nor was I. I just want to tell you that I really appreciate your company, and I acknowledge it and appreciate it, and we'll do better.
I don't think anybody was being rude, Megan. I don't think anybody thought you was being rude.
I loved it. It was like,
oh, you here? We thought you was being rude. We'd deal with it, but no, it's fine.
It's like Angela said herself at the beginning. She thinks in pictures rather than words. Now we know that because we know Angela. You know,
yeah, I'm a bit of a twat, mate. Honestly, I'm so bland.
Thinking, it just throws her right off, and the same as it does with me sometimes.
To be fair, I thought it
we've got 8 people. Sorry, 7 people. The top 3. So in third place, we've got Blue Bottle, who scored 9 points.
Woohoo! Yeah.
In second place, we've got the Hairy Monster underneath me there.
Well done, Mikey.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what a fucking iPhone button is.
And in first place, we have Mr. Fucking Know-It-All up there in the other corner, Mr. Loafer Sheffield.
Hey. I think he should lose a mark because normally you'd get 12. I think he threw it.
I messed up on Messi.
I know you did.
Far be it from me to kill for another YouTuber, but Gad's Sad, The Sad Truth is a very good channel. He does some real. He's been on Joe Rogan 9 fucking times, and he's also interviewed Tommy Robinson.
You're going down. You're going down, dog. Look, next time I'll be on. I won't even smoke any weed or none of the things. You're going down. You're going down. You think you're so smart with all your little like side stories about all your answers. I mean, I spelled probably.
Can I have a recount? I think
Look, you think you're.
1 minute. Angela, I don't know what's coming through your microphone, but it sounds like something really like
a tin can in my fucking head. Oh yeah. I didn't even want to complain.
Microphones with a baked bean tin.
But well done, Loafer.
I mean, I guess.
And well done, by the way. I mean, there's a lot of questions there that I wouldn't have been able to answer because I'm a thick bastard.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, you would have. You got the answers right in front of you. You could have answered them all day. You could have looked like a genius compared to him. Why didn't you do that and just act like I don't even know the answers and then just read them off and make him seem dumb? Because it seems like he's getting some kind of like hyper genius, some kind of catharsis here. Like wherein he thinks he's super guy. Like, oh, he knows all the answers. Well, move it over, Mr.
To be fair, it was. I mean, they were all randomly chosen, the cards, but obviously some people. I mean, next week.
I mean, he got lucky.
Else that got all the easy questions. You know what I mean? It's just
right.
The way it goes.
Cookie crumble.
But congratulations to everybody. Well, well done to everybody.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Loafer.
I guess. I mean, don't you get sick of winning?
Stop interrupting.
Don't you?
Jesus.
£20 Amazon voucher for you, Loafer.
Right, I don't know how we're going to do this, but I've got a Twitter account, Loafer Sheffield. If you can DM me there, because I don't know how I can communicate people safely on this platform. I don't know how to get into Discord. I don't know how to. You can just. I don't know.
You know how to use email, don't you?
Yeah, but I don't know your email address. It's just Pap in it.
No, he emails you with the code to put in Amazon.
Well, yeah,
gmail.com.
Police abusing powers at gmail.com. It's in the bottom. It's in the description of the videos.
Okay, I'll make a note. Right. Well, the thing is, the only thing that I ever bought off Amazon is a book. I don't use Amazon because I don't like the man's business practices. He's the second or third richest man in the world. And I got excited. And the only time I've ever used Amazon for purchasing anything is for a book, The Parasitic Mind by Professor Gad Sad. I'm not kidding you. There's been some fraudulent activity on my Amazon account. And I've actually gone through NatWest Bank, and they've actually refunded me 3 out of 6 purchases. I made the stupid decision of allowing my wife to use my bank account details, and she made some purchases on it, and basically I had to make a grovelling apology to NatWest Bank because she did not delete my card details when she was paying for my little lad's Cub Scout movement and that sort of shit. So, right, I made an email at Police Abusing Powers, and you can send it through to the fucking missus because I won't be using Amazon again. Sorry.
Well, no, what I was going to say, Lothar, is email me, and I'll drop you a number to call me on. Give us a ring, and we'll discuss how we're going to do it.
But don't order him any food on that number, will you?
I've just noticed. I've just opened my phone up to see if I've had any more bullshit from somebody. And I've just noticed at 3:47 yesterday morning, I had a phone call from a very, very similar number. And when I say very similar, I mean the first 7 digits were identical. It's just the last 4 digits were different. And that was at almost 10 to 4 in the morning.
Ooh,
thankfully, my phone goes on silent from 11 o'clock until 9 o'clock next day. So you're wasting your time phoning me at stupid o'clock, you fucking morons. But that's very interesting. I've just noticed that.
Here's a question for you, Dan.
Go on.
One of the questions said, what year did the First World War end, right?
Yes.
Did you know it's not 1918? 1918 was just the armistice. The First World War didn't officially finish until 1919 with the signing of the Treaty of Versailles.
Well, don't fucking blame me. I'm only going off of what it says on the articles. But I'll give you the I'll tell you who made the game, and you can write to them. Hyde Games, HYGGE games.com. You can get in touch with them. Tell them. But welcome to everybody. Oh look, Brian, thank you very much, Brian. It's very kind of you. Michael Castrian, Stepper Style, both been gifted a membership. Claire A, Mumaha, and Kaylee been gifted a membership. Ooh. Thank you very much, Brian. Very kind of you.
Very jolly of you, Brian. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was great. The only person that I have seen throw up gifted subscriptions to was somebody I appears on Academic Agent's channel. Academic Agent has been on Carl Benjamin's channel, Slaughter Seaters, recently. That's another good book, Prophets of Fucking Doom. Very decent. I chucked a comment in the chat, but it was automatically deleted because I mentioned Nima Parvini. Curious, that, isn't it?
He doesn't own one, but he ate one for breakfast.
That was a panini. Hello, YouTube. Hello, our censorious overlords. You're fucking up to nonsense again, aren't you? Fuck you.
They've been playing up for the last few weeks. They've been constantly updating the channels and what have you. I'm sure they're putting stuff in place for once this bill becomes law.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
They're getting it ready, so all they got to do is press the button and boom. There will be a lot of pissed off people.
Memory hold.
Right.
And that's the reason I put all my videos on the hard drive, is because if they delete them off there, I've got no way of downloading them again, you know.
I've got a 4 terabyte hard drive and I very rarely plug it in. Here we go. It's got all my music.
A 5 and a 12.
It's got all my music on, all my audio books, everything. If you have something which is stored electronically and you upload it to this cloud business, it will just disappear. I've got everything on here, and I've got everything in physical paper. And the only reason why my wife doesn't allow me to put my books on a bookshelf in the living room is because they clash with the colour scheme. I don't think my wife is being particularly genuine about that claim. They don't clash with the colour scheme, nor do they gather dust. It's just because some of the books that I read are by rather controversial authors. Shall we just leave it there?
Well, guys, it's now 1:45 in the morning. We've still got 120 people watching.
Who's got the dildo going?
I was going to say how you holding up.
I am going to have to wrap this up now, I'm afraid.
Who's got the vibrator going?
I did get a couple of hours this afternoon.
It's fans underneath my laptop.
Fans running under his computer.
So, hello.
Sorry, I just wanted to let you know. I don't know if you've seen anything about the. Oh my gosh, the way that the porn bombing now. I don't know if you know and seen what they're getting up to. They've got like so how you can use AI and faces and actually put your face as theirs. Then they've been able to put your voice, or not necessarily yours, but anyone's voice into the voice changer, so that they can actually sit there and be you and talk to you as if, like, do you know what I mean? And it's just so messed up what's been going on.
There is limitations with AI when it comes to people's faces and hands. Even in the situation you're talking about, there are still limitations when it comes to AI. But yeah, I always check the authenticated by as well. And you know, if some of them get through, they get through. I'll have to think of another way of doing it. But you know,
because it's like even when it's like literally they're them as a person, and they can put your face or say my face onto them, and then somehow they're able to use a soundboard and have like my voice. And it's not obviously 100% like mine, but even their arms, they're dressed like you. Your arms, everything is messed up. I promise you. I'll send you some links. But that's what's been happening on like YouTube last week or so, 2 weeks.
I don't need to worry about that. I don't need to worry about that. Even my wife hasn't seen my face in 8 years.
No, it's just like that. Honestly, the things that people are going through, it's just ridiculous.
But photos are available on Facebook.
Photos are available on OnlyFans. But anyway, guys,
they are available on my Patreon.
Thank you, everybody in the chat who's been part of the discussions tonight. Much appreciated. You're all, as you know, you're all more than welcome here. We've had no shit at all this evening. It's been a great evening again, and I'm thankful to all of you for that. Guys on the chat, don't go anywhere just yet as I end the stream, but I will see you all again soon. Somebody did ask when I'm going to get back to doing videos. I am working on it, I promise you. The channel's not going anywhere, even if it takes me a bit longer. I promise you I will be back at some point.
I did answer that one on your behalf, Dan. Hope you don't mind.
Okay. No. Well, you know anyway.
I just said it because I know the circumstances, and I know it's just the issues with the fatigue that's holding you up on doing them. That's all. Yeah.
So I will be back at some point. I promise you. I'm not anywhere. I'm not going anywhere full time. I will be here. It's just a case of making some lifestyle changes to help with my fatigue and things like that. But I will be back at some point, I promise you. But thank you for asking, and thank you everybody that's joined us this evening. And I will see you all again soon.
Peace.